Hello, welcome to the UCL Humanitarian Summit. I'm Peter Sammonds, I'm Director of the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction. I hope you're all safe and well and as we come out of lockdown. Some of you I know would have been struggling with health issues, caring commitments, homeschooling, poor internet connections, just at a time when workload has increased for many, but also there's job insecurity for many. So thank you for joining us in what promises to be a day of interesting and thought-provoking discussions. The theme of this summit, the climate and COVID-19 humanitarian crises. Climate change and COVID-19 pandemics are also humanitarian crises. So we want to take the opportunity in this one-day meeting to interrogate these crises from a humanitarian's viewpoint. There'll be a panel discussion on disaster and health diplomacy in global pandemics, and a plenary talk and discussion on climate change and humanitarian global. We will also formally launch UCL's new degree program in Global Humanitarian Studies, which will start in September 2021 and be open for applications from this September. At coffee break and lunch break times, there'll be a chance to meet people attending the summit through Zoom. We launched the Humanitarian Summit in 2017 as a way to bring together UCL's diverse research, teaching,
Okay.
So just to continue, I don't know quite where I dropped out, but I was just recounting that we launched the Humanitarian Summit in 2017 as a way to bring together UCL's diverse research, teaching, and public engagement activities in humanitarian action, and as a platform for UCL's global engagement. This year in 2020, with the launch of the new BSc program in Global Humanitarian Studies, we broadened the summit with invitations going out to students in schools and colleges. You're most welcome. Ideas are advanced through debate and argument, so don't hold back, challenge the speakers, or if you don't understand a point, ask. I'd also like to remind you that next week, on Wednesday the 15th of July, we'll be holding the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction's 10th annual conference, themed around a global perspective on the COVID-19 pandemic, where experts will present on the pandemic viewed from around the world and how it has impacted women, minorities, refugees, migrants, and vulnerable communities. You're most welcome to join us, and further details are on the IRDR website. Finally, I'd like to thank all those who worked so hard to stage the Humanitarian Summit in difficult and challenging times, and in particular, Sarah Giel, the IRDR Comms and Events Manager, and the technical support team at UCL. And before I hand over to Professor David Alexander, Professor for Risk and Disaster Reduction in the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction, I'd just like to mention a few technical details. Hopefully we won't have too many occasions when with a large bandwidth we're using. You've joined this meeting through the event page in Eventbrite. The conference is being streamed on YouTube, which you clicked on through the link. Questions need to be submitted through Slido. So to do that, you need to click on the link, the Slido link. There is an event code hash F335. And then you can write your question, or also you can vote up other questions as well. There's also a Twitter hashtag, #UCLHS2020, where you can also post comments. There'll be 2 breaks, which will be holding through Zoom at 11:15, a morning coffee break, and at 12:45, a lunch break. Holding it through Zoom is an opportunity for you to meet other people at the summit and network. So I hope you have a good day, and I look forward to a really interesting series of discussions and interrogations with our speakers. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to start us off here after the introduction of our director, Professor Peter Sammonds. And of course, the old curse runs, "May you live in interesting times," with its pointed double meaning. And so we start our annual Humanitarian Summit in circumstances that are so unusual as to be pretty much unprecedented. That may be the case, but
of disasters and health. I'm at the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction 50%, and then also 50% at the UCL Institute for Global Health. So the idea is to bring together disasters and health. And what this means is that in David's expertise and what he was going to talk about regarding inaugurating the conference was all these issues of planning, preparedness, emergency management, and emergency response, and what clearly is a global health disaster. Now, a lot of us, when we discuss these issues of humanitarianism, of COVID-19, of climate change, and these are sort of what we're trying to bring together within this humanitarian summit, a lot of this sort of says, well, what is a disaster? Is it an emergency? What is a crisis? What is a catastrophe? And David Alexander is absolutely one of the leading experts in this field. And
infectious disease cannot be prevented, even if it can be restricted and slowed down. We know that some countries have and some lack the resources to defend their citizens against attack by the virus. We also know that one of the most critical ingredients in that process is good leadership. Another is applied science, which is expensive and unfortunately rationed by competition and commercial imperative. As we watch coronavirus progress around the world, one question is uppermost in some people's minds, perhaps many people's minds. Will it be a leveler, or will it lead to even greater socioeconomic differentiation than existed before? As we face the threat of a devastating infectious disease, we have the sensation that we're all in the same boat. But we also know that rich people have managed to exploit the crisis rather more than poor people have for personal gain. The divergence of income between rich and poor has accelerated since it began to be a serious problem over the period 1970 to 73. A few tens of people control half of the world's disposable wealth. UN agencies estimate that they will command 2/3 by 2030. About $8 trillion are sorted away in 87 tax havens, and more than 10% of them, by the way, are British. Meanwhile, the world faces something of an existential crisis with massive upheavals in economy, social relations, the politics of identity, with reimposition of stringent border controls, with reductions in exchange and assistance. For half a century, the world has seen a massive transfer of resources from the poor to the rich. How long can it go on for? UN Special Rapporteur Professor Philip Alston says that the world is failing to halt the slide into poverty. As he noted, even before the pandemic, 3.4 billion people, nearly half the world, lived on less than $5.50 a day, and that number has barely declined since 1990. And then picture a natural hazard impact in the midst of a coronavirus crisis. About 2 of these occur per day at the world scale, so such a thing is inevitable. Disaster management and response and their long aftermath generally need close contact, not social distancing. By the way, I do hate that term. It's physical distancing. We want to be socially close. The overlay of a disaster of a different kind onto a pandemic crisis can be severely problematic. Hospitals will already be dealing with surges of patients. Funds and emergency responders will be in short supply. International solidarity may be attenuated, especially in the face of a potential global food shortage. Emergency supplies may be available, but they also may be already committed to pandemic action. Shelters for the homeless or evacuees need to be redesigned to stop the spread of the disease. But all this talk of coronavirus may divert attention away from other very important issues. Even while remaining on the subject of disease, let's not forget that HIV/AIDS has been a pandemic, and a very long-lasting one. A new strain of H1N1 influenza capable of causing a pandemic that spreads far more rapidly than coronavirus has just been discovered. Overshadowing even these contingencies is the environmental crisis in a world that is consuming resources at 4 times the rate at which they're generated. So if you are a humanitarian specialist or thinking of becoming one, the world has probably never needed you as much as it does now. Seen from afar, the problems are monumental but simple. Seen close up, they become hideously complex, teeming with subtleties, twists and turns. Yes, we do live in interesting times, but by dint of massive collective effort and the expertise, effort and involvement of good-hearted people, together we can turn the old curse into a blessing. So good luck to our speakers and debaters. I hope you'll all enjoy and benefit from the 2020 Humanitarian Summit online. And it's now my great pleasure to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Professor Ilan Kelman, to start our first session, which is a panel discussion on disaster and health diplomacy in global pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to David, to Peter, to Phil behind the scenes, to Sarah who organized it, Patricia, Miles, many of the others. And also delighted to thank our wonderful panel who actually all epitomize these qualities which David mentioned, which we need and which are often lacking in many of these issues. So this panel will cover disaster and health diplomacy. You can find out more about disaster diplomacy at disasterdiplomacy.org or just do a web search. All of our wonderful panelists, Randolph Kent, Katie Peters, Jordan Shannon, and that will be the order. You can find them on YouTube, you can find them on Twitter, you can find them online. So please listen to their 10-minute talk. Put questions in Slido, and that's sli.do followed by the event number F335, F for fire 335. And then afterwards at 11:15 UK time, I will certainly be in the Zoom session. Looking forward to networking with you all. And you can put your comments, your questions, your thoughts on the Humanitarian Summit hashtag on Twitter, which is hashtag UCLHS2020. Hashtag UCLHS for Humanitarian Summit 2020, and I will be following along. So I'm now going to hand over to Randolph to have his 10-minute talk. Then we will go to Katie and then to Jordan, followed by hopefully asking some very good questions from you via Slido or Twitter, or if not, I've plenty for which I hope to challenge and provoke the speakers as well as all of you watching. Thank you so much, and please, over to Randolph.
Ilan, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Basically, let me first of all start off by saying how very delighted I am to be part of what I think is really a very important program and session that you put on today. So let me just use my 10 minutes to outline the following. This panel is about disaster and health diplomacy in global pandemics. And I'd like to talk in terms of what I will call functional diplomacy in a post-COVID world. Now, the proposition is essentially this. There are, and increasingly will be, networks and systems that will overlay the conventional national state system, going well beyond the capacities of states not only to identify global threats, but also to anticipate them, to determine their sources and impacts, and assess responses to them. And this is what I will call functional diplomacy. Functional diplomacy will reflect a change in the configuration of actors, interests, and priorities. It reflects what I believe will be a far more atomized global society, one in which social, political, and economic dynamics are determined principally by fluid, self-organizing entities that exist in parallel and normally independently of conventional structures such as states or the assumptions and procedures that normally guide economic, political, and social institutions. COVID-19 might have further advanced functional diplomacy, though the momentum was emerging well before that crisis. And functional diplomacy could be a major factor in the ways that the global community identifies and deals with pandemics in the future. Just a couple of reflections on where we are today and the challenges of the present system in terms of diplomacy and, if you like, institutional contexts. I don't have to tell you who are listening that we are caught up in a period of populism. I think this is going to be, over time, a transitional phenomenon, but it does emphasize the temporary suspension of what we have become used to as multilateralism. Politics, as well, has recently been seen as a determinant of functional organizations such as the World Health Organization, etc. I think that is a perspective that will change, and I'd like to touch on that too. And similarly, when we talk about health diplomacy and we talk about the dynamics of trying to deal with pandemics, you have what is clearly organizational and international organizational behavior, which is disruptive. Recently, the World Bank and the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery came out with a study that said that when it came to the analysis of pandemic, there were delays, but behind these delays is recurring ambiguity about who is in charge beforehand to plan and finance these extreme events. That is, who should be taking on the risk and preparing for a response. This ambiguity in turn leads to poor plans, poor financing, despite many statements by all concerned that all human suffering will receive response. This question of organizational behavior, this question of the dominance seeming of functional organizations for political ends, this dominance of the kind of multilateralism and the seeming, if you like, resurgence of endless populism, I believe, is a transitional phase. And this is what I think, from our perspective, from the perspective of this discussion today, are the transformations that we can begin to consider. I think the first one is there will become a growing awareness of mutual self-interest as a driver. And this will go beyond the period of populism. Whether we like it or not, the fact of the matter is increasingly is an awareness that what you do rebounds on me and vice versa. The principle or the concept of mutual self-interest is increasingly important and needs to be further investigated. I also think that increasingly, because of self-interest, the functional institutions, the UNICEF, the WHOs, etc., will become more and more a determinant of politics rather than the other way around. And I think that is a critical dimension that we can anticipate. I think what we're also seeing is that the very nature of state and the assumptions of state control are also being eroded. Here, obviously, this whole question of blockchain and Bitcoin, et cetera, is an indication that possibly states really have less and less capacity to control some of the most fundamental aspects of what its functions are, in this case, the economic system, the currency system, et cetera. I also think that what we're beginning to see are systems and networks that bring together different types of sectors and institutions. And here, I'd like to suggest that if you take a look at the World Benchmarking Alliance, you have just one example of myriad examples of integrated, different sectors, different functioning institutions coming together for combined interests. So I do believe that here we are also seeing not merely a change in the type of awareness of what drives us, mutual self-interest, a reversal of politics driving functional and more functional driving politics, the weakening of states' competencies to deal with fundamental issues, including their own currencies, and a growing number of systems and networks that are now increasingly bringing multi-sector and multi-dimensional entities, institutions, et cetera, together, such as the World Benchmarking Alliance, in ways that transcend traditional government attitudes. And if I may just say, for those who, if you like, think very far into the future, one of the things that are fascinating are the examples of integrated, non-state specific involvement in outer space. And here I take the Vision Conference 2050 as an example of how different entities come together outside conventional state boundaries to determine how they're going to work, what their objectives are, et cetera. Now, all of this is to go back to what I called an atomized society. And now we're moving into what do I mean by functional diplomacy? First of all, we have to contend with the possibility that there will be more and more an atomized society that will determine global responses, global anticipation of crises. Technology will enable greater individual empowerment and will result in, amongst other things, the questioning of the existing order that we have and have become used to today. In that regard, the atomization process combines the Internet of all things with universal digital access, the transformative consequences of which may well be, and this is the point, far more fluid approaches to authority, to governance, works that are far more creative and responsive than conventional organizational systems, and ultimately changes in the very nature of identity. In other words, atomization is a process by which social, political, and economic dynamics, as I said before, are determined principally by fluid, self-organizing entities that exist in parallel and normally independently of conventional structures such as states. Now, functional diplomacy brings all of these different entities in potential systems, in potential networks that transcend the multilateralism that we know. But there is no single approach that brings together all of this until we begin to realize that the very system of how we engage globally is changing. And the critical thing for me as I take a look at the issue of diplomacy in terms of global pandemics, we have to find a way to engage, to develop, to link into a functional diplomacy opportunity, which profound changes in the global system now presents. So, Ilan, thank you very much indeed. And I think that's my 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Randolph. What a powerful beginning to set the stage and to really make us think, well, where are we coming from and where are we going? And to potentially give some insight into that, I will hand it over to Katie. So please, Katie, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So for those of you that I've not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Katie Peters. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Overseas Development Institute. So many of you might have seen or participated in clapping, cheering and pot banging on a Thursday night in the UK. Now that's largely been in celebration of our health workers. But actually, if you were in Brazil, hanging out of your balcony and banging on a pot would signal something quite different. It's a form of social protest that's been adapted to conform to social distancing measures. And it's actually been used to express people's dissatisfaction with government's handling of the COVID crisis. And actually, the pandemic we've seen has exposed many flaws in the management of risks more broadly. I would argue it leads us to rethink disaster risk reduction in light of changing 21st century risk landscape. What I'd like to do over the next 10 minutes or so is to provide you with some insights into how COVID-19 and government's policy responses are having both positive and negative outcomes on dynamics of peace and conflict with implications for diplomacy. But I'll also share with you some warnings about the politicization of responses to the pandemic. I'll then close with some ideas about how we can move forward, making the case that we need to think much more seriously about the complementarity of different risk governance regimes for concurrent threats. So let me just start with what's being said about COVID-19, both the impacts and the policy responses in violent conflict contexts. My colleague Lee Mayhew and I, we conducted an analysis of COVID-19 in conflict commentary. And what we found is that it largely falls into two camps. On the one side, you have an overwhelmingly negative and quite deterministic analysis of what's going on. So for example, you might read things that say, so-called fragile states have an inability to cope with the scale of the pandemic. A lot of the literature talks about warnings of systems collapse. And increasingly, there's been a lot of literature around the transnational implications of COVID. And more recently, that's taken on quite a securitized discourse. So for example, with the implications of the pandemic being cited as increased migration, cross-border security issues, and things linked to the flow of people and arms. Now, the other main group of literature and analysis tends to talk from a much more positive and slightly optimistic stance. We read a lot about how the pandemic may create opportunities for peace. So for example, commentators have talked about how ceasefires have been agreed, or that there's been new humanitarian collaborations and diplomatic opportunities. So for example, where states are providing medical supplies or technical assistance, as is the case of China to a number of African states. And we've also read a lot about how local responses to the pandemic are prompting both intergroup cooperation and strengthened social cohesion. Now, these themes are interesting and certainly valid, but there's a number of limitations with the current analysis. The main one is that there tends to be quite sweeping generalizations about how COVID will result in either positive or negative outcomes for conditions of violent and social conflict. And actually, there's been little consideration of the varied and highly context-specific ways in which different groups and their responses to COVID will shape changing power dynamics and risk governance regimes. What I would say is that there are opportunities for diplomacy in the broadest sense of the term, and there are also opportunities for peace and conflict, but we have to ask for whom. So, for example, if we take the example of non-state armed groups, well, the UN Secretary General back in March called for a global ceasefire, and we certainly saw a number of positive examples in Colombia, Cameroon, and the Philippines, where armed groups did temporarily refrain from violence. But there's also evidence of non-state armed groups taking advantage of the global distraction caused by COVID. In West Africa, for example, violence by non-state armed groups and militias was over 50% higher between March and April than the monthly average. And the Islamic State has ramped up activities in Syria and Iraq. Now, of course, non-state armed groups don't face the same pressures of governments to manage a crisis. And it's been suggested that because of that, they can seize opportunities to weaken their opponents. Examples that are often given range from violent tactics to try and destabilize incumbent authorities, right the way through to groups actually actively obstructing state responses to the pandemic. But contrary to that, there's something else. Non-state armed groups can also present themselves as a more reliable alternative to managing the crisis. And that's particularly gained traction in places where state responses are either unpopular or inadequate. So what we do say is that there are changing power relations that are certainly occurring as a result of the pandemic, but it's not really in favor of those living under the conditions of armed conflict. So, for example, there's been a reduction in forces that are mandated to protect civilians in South Sudan and in Mali. And that's seen many locals that are vulnerable to both state and non-state actors increase their exposure. In Colombia, for example, lockdown restrictions that are intended to support people to deal with COVID and to prevent the transmission. Actually, what they've done is prevented movement as a form of protection, and that's hindered peacebuilding efforts as well. For example, ACLED reported an increase in violence against civilians during the lockdown in many areas of Colombia. And we've also seen in many contexts that the pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing violent and armed conflict. In a recent article in Foreign Policy, Ashley Jackson describes the measures that are taken that are deliberately targeting minority groups. For example, there is state-sponsored religious discrimination, which has increased, as have hate speech and violence against marginalized groups, including, for example, the LGBTQI+ community in Uganda, and also Muslims in India and Cambodia. And we've also seen violence, scapegoating, and conspiracy mongering against Asians and Jews that's increased in the United States and around the world. And that leads me on to another concern trend, the weaponization of COVID for political gain. So ACLED, for example, their data shows that contrary to many predictions, levels of political violence have not necessarily changed significantly as a result of the COVID outbreak. However, the pandemic has altered the reasons for violence. So, for example, in many contexts, it's actually the state responses to the pandemic that have promoted clashes. Either, for example, as governments have abruptly enforced new regulations, or as citizens have rioted and protested against lockdown measures. So, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire, violent demonstrations have broken out in and around testing centres in the capital, and that's particularly in opposition areas, as locals were concerned that the centres would actually risk spreading the virus in their communities. Now, there's also plenty of evidence to suggest that it's governments who are exploiting the crisis for other political gains. For example, through excessive use of state force, manipulation of elections, or clamping down on opposition groups. And in some contexts, authorities have been able to seize opportunities to solve contentious political issues. And it's those that are actually perhaps less visible, but potentially more impactful consequences of COVID from a political stance. For example, the regime of Guinean President Alpha Condé has been the most blatant in exploiting the outbreak. For example, they pushed through parliamentary elections and a constitutional referendum amidst widespread protest. But right after the popular vote, emergency regulations confined people to their houses, They also empowered security forces and banned public gatherings. And it's that that's allowed Condé to announce a controversial 92% win. Now, across the globe, governments will consider whether holding elections or whether postponing them gives them strategic advantage. And that's equally as relevant in the United States as it is to West African states. Holding elections amidst the COVID-19 crisis will likely result in lower voter turnout. It will likely restrict public campaigning and move campaigns online and potentially derail electoral processes such as voter registration. So with all of that said, where does the disaster risk community go from here? Well, unfortunately, there's no shortage of quite bleak analysis pointing to a future, for example, where up to 40 to 60 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty in 2020. And the World Bank has projected that that will be mainly in conflict contexts. And we've already started to see some of the consequences. For example, the loss of income and increased food insecurity has been sparking violent civil unrest in Kenya, India, and Honduras. And we know that forging peace out of disasters is difficult. We also know that cultivating peace requires political attention and money, both of which are in short supply right now. With the global recession will come budget contraction. So, for example, in 2008, during the financial crisis, the UN peacekeeping faced cuts of 20%. And we're likely to see something similar. Let me close by saying that something that's particularly disappointing, and Randolph touched on this, is that we've seen many countries turning inward to manage the crisis. Fewer are undertaking diplomatic efforts to help end violent conflict, and many governments are wary of deploying peacekeepers in conflict zones, particularly where they're vulnerable to infection. So what I'd argue is that we need to take the opportunity afforded by COVID to try and get a much deeper understanding of the way that existing risk governance regimes intersect. For example, the way that disaster risk governance regimes for natural hazards do not occur in isolation, but are operationalized in the context of multiple pre-existing shocks and stresses, whether that's climate variability and change, conflict, or security. And it's a better understanding of the concurrence of those risk governance regimes that I think is the real opportunity that we should be taking from the pandemic. Thank you.
Ongoing events. Remember that we do have questions open on Slido, and there are 7 questions there already, so the panel should prepare themselves. It is sli.do, and the event code is F335, FIRE335. The hashtag on Twitter continues to be UCLHS 2020, UCLHS for Humanitarian Summit 2020, so please post questions and comments there. But first, we will head over to Jordan for her 10 minutes and her insights and perspectives. Please, Jordan.
Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and to join a really exciting panel. I'm just going to share my screen. I've just prepared a few visuals for the purpose of today. So here we are. Okay, hopefully you can see this. So I'm Jordan Shannon. I'm a lecturer in global health at the Institute for Global Health at UCL, and my background is actually that I was a medical doctor by training. Where I'm going to move this discussion from the global to the local. And a lot of my perspective on diplomacy will be derived from my experience working with STEMA. This is a research group that works to articulate community health ecosystems beyond the formal health system itself. So this looks at complex, informal systems of community resources that can be best mobilized to support health and well-being around the world. We work on a concept of resourcefulness, which is the identification, mobilization, and indeed transformation of local resources in order for health, in order for communities to best achieve health. So in that regards, it fits very much into a discussion of trans-local identities and networks where better stewardship of local resources governance, is essential. So when Ilan invited me to on this panel through STEMA, community members, and I think mainly it's because of the fact that the concept or the term diplomacy itself, it is a long way away from the reality in which community members live their lives. I think the other challenge to talking about diplomacy from the perspectives of communities that STEMA works with is that ex-ante international relations have globalization, for example, have facilitated the vulnerability itself to the pandemic, whether that be through destruction of the environment or just-in-time systems of economies globally. Looking also at the concept of pandemic preparedness, what we see, if we look at measures of preparedness, indeed even the health financing and the strength of health systems as measured by universal health coverage, that doesn't necessarily translate into low rates of deaths and protection from death from coronavirus itself. So I think we're missing a big piece of information, a piece of the puzzle, which is why I think looking at local community responses to diplomacy in light of the pandemic may shed some more light. So as such, I'm going to present a little bit of information, which are insights from some of the community partners that I work with through STEMA from Australia, Kenya, and Peru, as a way to shape a different type of diplomacy and different insights into diplomacy from the community level. So each of these communities are very rural communities and with Indigenous roots, and I'll talk about each of them in turn. But no doubtedly, they've been quite heavily impacted by either the coronavirus itself or public health measures in order to respond to the pandemic, to prevent further spread of the pandemic. What that has meant in terms of practical, the reality is that communication systems have been heavily affected. Communication is much more patchy between community members and say us here in the UK, and also between community members due to say poor local infrastructure for telecommunication. The other thing that is common between these areas is that being in smaller, more remote communities, there is a very strong sense of community identity and communality, where the collective is very much important as well as the individual. That said, that can work both as a strength and create more risk, as it were, to spreading the coronavirus. And I'll return to that sense of communality in a moment. What is also common between these settings is that they are heavily dependent on informal economies and also informal networks of information and education. So let's go first to the East region of Australia. Is in the centre of Australia. It's a huge area that spans about, which is populated by a majority Indigenous, live in very small rural cities and commute in larger centres. Indigenous populations or to undermine systems of community empowerment and community ownership. what the pandemic has seen in some of these remote Indigenous communities has been a shift away from government and state-based initiatives towards highly local decision-making structures and governance structures. These are community-owned or Aboriginal-owned decisions in terms of legal systems and health systems. The lockdown has meant return to country for a lot of Indigenous people, and that means that the way in which Indigenous populations in this area have conceived of what that means to be back on their country has shed some light into the way in which they relate to their land. And an example of that is food systems. So instead of relying on very external imported food sources, there has been a shift away from that into depending on locally sourced foods, bush foods, as it were. So shifting now to Kenya, which is a world away across, very much a world away conceptually and physically. This is a photo of my colleague Lillian Noella, and she works on a small community organisation in Baringo County with she's a Pokot woman. The Pokot community is a pastoralist community who have been heavily affected by the lockdown. The local economy depends very heavily on market trading, and that has been ceased because of the lockdown and the curfew that has been in place in Kenya. Girls and women's livelihoods in this instance is that schools have been shut, and the livelihoods that families usually depend on have stopped functioning as so that particularly at a higher risk of early and forced marriage, and prior to that be ready for marriage. So, working with community leaders, chiefs in the
We can see the slide change to Peru, but we cannot hear you. What I may do then, in terms of the internet connection, we can come back to Jordan's Peru case study, but we do have some very good questions, so we'll maybe just leave it a moment. And we have actually lost Jordan from the feed, so hopefully she will be back in a few minutes. So for those of you who are just joining us, my name is Ilan Kelman. I'm a professor of disasters and health at University College London, and you are joining the UCL Humanitarian Summit, where we are on the panel of disaster and health diplomacy and global pandemics. And wonderful to see you back, Jordan. So if you want to continue with your Peru case study.
My computer has not been really that happy today with the internet connection. So let's see if this works. Okay, so yes. Just shifting now onto a different continent with a different community from the Napo River of Peru. So this is the lower Napo River, a group of 25 communities that are in the Loreto region, which is a part of the Amazon basin of Peru. And I've worked here for many years with community health workers in strengthening their community-based health approaches. Here, what we found is that Peru had a very aggressive response to the pandemic upfront, which meant essentially cessation of all forms of transport and local trade. So these communities are also agricultural communities, depending very much on the local market economy in Iquitos, which is a day's travel by river upstream. This has been one of the hardest or the most challenging pieces of work that we've done recently because of the communication. There is really not much network coverage at all, meaning that a lot of community health workers have to travel up to a day in order to call to communicate with others in the network. But in spite of this, the community health workers from each of the 25 communities have managed to mobilize, so local transport and to be able to communicate with the Ministry of Health and other local health providers in the region, and also network with local NGOs such as DB Peru in order to create a locally relevant list of materials and resources that are needed for the community. And as of 2 weeks ago, the first flight of supplies was successfully arrived in their communities thanks to their advocacy work. So really just to summarize, what I've presented are examples of potentially environments that are seen as extreme cases, but these are the reality, the lived reality and the experiences of large populations worldwide. They are somewhat distant from mainstream political decisions, but in spite of that, or perhaps because of that, there is a real agility, creativity, and incentive. I mean, the stakes are really high in these communities in order to act effectively and decisively and collaboratively to draw on local resources to promote their health and well-being. So in this regard, their diplomacy has been promoting community well-being and prosperity, which is beyond the individual, but more of a sense of buen vivir, which basically means a holistic sense of well-being that is both individual, simultaneous to community, simultaneous to the community's relationship with the natural environment. The diplomacy has meant negotiating within and across communities and drawing on tools such as cooperation, advocacy, and I would say formal and informal networks. And I will end there and hand back over to you, Ilan.
Thank you so much. And with the wonderful questions that we're getting on Slido, I'm going to go directly into it. So to the panel, the one which by far is most popular is, what is the reason for ambiguity in opinions and views issued by the World Health Organization and such world organizations, such as with respect to drugs and other trials, with a sort of follow-up there in terms of how does limited evidence and opinions affect the credibility of such institutions? Now, there's two assumptions inherent within those questions, which I think you might want to challenge. Number one is that we are to blame the international organizations, which I think is an assumption. And number two, in terms of whether there has been ambiguity or a perception of ambiguity. So feel free to address the WHO if you want, or as Randolph mentioned, UNICEF, but also feel free to generalize it more and think to your specific case studies. Fundamentally, to whoever wants to jump in, from local to global, from the community to the world, has there been ambiguity in how we've dealt with the pandemic? How does that impact credibility, diplomacy, and interaction?
Wow.
Who would like to begin? Katie. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Randolph, please.
Sorry, this is, I'm intrigued by the ambiguity issue, and I know we don't have much time, so just very, very quickly. One of the things that fascinates me in the whole decision-making process, organizational analysis, etc., is that these are the question of ambiguity has to be understood as part of of reconciling, so to speak, issues which you never ran across. And let me just give you from my own experience, a perverse analogy or example of ambiguity. I was the UN humanitarian coordinator in Rwanda after the genocide. We were there. There were 800,000 people killed in a matter of 3 months. And we started to dump in all the relief that one conventionally does. But we were insensitive, or we were uncertain about how to deal with things we just never had dealt with before, namely a genocide. What kind of resources do you put into a genocide? What do you do if you have contending? So my point is, and Ilan, I'm sorry to drag this out, but just very quickly, my point is, I don't think we can ignore the dynamics of ambiguity, no matter how well informed, no matter how experienced in a crisis situation. And by the way, ambiguity always seems like ambiguity well after the incident. Anyway, over to you.
But Katie, what do you think in the context of your case studies? Has there been ambiguity in advice communications? Does it affect diplomacy? Is just this the way it is and we need to deal with it?
So for me, actually, I think I'd probably turn this question on its head a little bit. I think there's two. Afforded because of the pandemic actually have exposed the fact that we still don't really genuinely understand the politics around disasters. So for example, one of the reasons I think why a lot of the predictions around certain countries that tend to rank high in terms of their capacity and capability to deal with both natural hazard related disasters and pandemics and epidemics, such as the United States, one of the reasons why those have proven to be quite problematic is that there wasn't a strong enough and serious consideration of the political environment in which the pandemic is playing out. So for me, actually, I think we need to start being serious and thinking more critically about not just what we know sort of very practically around the hazard, exposure, the vulnerability, etc., but really to situate those disasters in the political context in which they're evolving. And I think some of the examples that I tried to give, as I say, are as relevant for the United States around the debates that are happening around, if and when to hold an election and the implications on voter and registration turnout are as relevant for the West as they are for a number of West African states.
What does a doctor say? What happens in health diplomacy?
So from the perspective of communities that we've worked with, I would say there's ambiguity and then there's complexity. And I think Randolph touched on this in order to say, well, actually, these are highly complex situations which need to be treated with such. And through embracing that complexity, I think you can then situate decisions and messaging that must be done centrally, and decisions and messaging that can be done locally, and being able to source some of these decisions and empower local communities in order to make them, I think is key here. What we've seen in the face of certain delays in central government responses is communities taking the reins and taking the power back into their own hands and responding in spite of delayed or slow government advice.
It says, what research is the UCL Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction doing on disasters and health diplomacy and global pandemics? Well, the answer is a lot, but I'm here to chair, not to talk. So I will be present during the Zoom networking session after. So please ping me on social media. I can reply, or we can chat during the Zoom. On the note which sort of all three of you raised, though, we can go to another question. And this issue of elections and how different countries are responding comes very much into the question, why was the Johns Hopkins Global Health Security Index so wrong, placing the US at the top of the list in terms of doing well. Again, there's assumption in there, was it wrong? Is a Global Health Security Index appropriate? But who'd like to jump in and address the fact that the country which certainly Hollywood always looks towards as saving the world during a disaster has not really done so well? What's going on locally, nationally, and internationally with respect to the US? Jordan, do you want to speak to any local issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's really fascinating to look at some of the data here. So we have a number of ways in which we can measure pandemic preparedness, as it were, and that index is one of them. I alluded to other more specific measures to health system. So whether that's the amount of financing that they receive, or the degree in which they've achieved universal health coverage, and these also at a national aggregate level aren't particularly good indicators of whether a country has effectively responded to the pandemic. So as I alluded to in my talk, we're missing a big piece of the picture. And I think what it is, in my mind, is that we are only thinking at that one scale. And I think that's highly problematic. Randolph and Katie have both alluded to the fact that their diplomacy and pandemic responsiveness happens at a number of different levels, and bringing it back to that understanding, whether it be transnational, national, or highly local responses, we have to be able to understand and articulate each level of these responses more effectively. So community realities, for example, may not at all align with national indicators. So poor and marginalized communities, or communities that in countries where high inequality exists, for example, in the United States, have very different experiences to what we see presented as a national indicator or metric.
Seen them in the US. You mentioned armed groups inhibiting state response. We saw armed groups try to storm the Michigan legislature. How does this impact what's happened in the US? Katie, please go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, you broke up, so I'll take advantage of the fact that I didn't quite hear the question. Just wanted to respond actually to Jordan, and so say I think for me a lot of these questions are pointing out the bigger challenges. We still tend to be focused on the kinds of risk communication that we're pushing out. You know, for example, the question around ambiguity. And I think actually we need to be turning our research focus on its head a little bit, and to be better understanding some of the things that Jordan's alluded to, which is how is risk information received? Because I think if we do that, we'll start to ask quite different questions. So for example, at the end of my, my intervention, I started to talk a little bit around how I think we need to be moving in a direction where we understand concurrent risk governance regimes. And what I mean by that, for example, is to actually try and understand, in the example of COVID, not what messaging are we putting out, but actually how is it being received, and how does that play into individuals weighing up of the different threats, shocks and stresses that they experience on a daily basis. So for example, even if you had, you know, the most robust science, the most clear messaging, the most consistent messaging, even if you had all of that within a particular geography, how that's going to be received and how people will respond will vary dramatically depending on their individual risk tolerance and risk preference. So for example, in Colombia, we've seen examples where there have been attempts in some areas to put quite strict lockdown measures in place to try and reduce the transmission of COVID. But the reality is that individuals are making decisions on the basis of, is it worth me staying in one place, which increases exposure to the risk, particularly for women, of sexual and gender violence by armed groups? They're then weighing that up against, for example, the increased risk of flooding if they're in particular areas. And so, you know, and then obviously economic opportunities or constraints play into a lot of people's decisions around how they receive that information and what decisions are then made on the basis of it. So I think it is really valuable to be looking at how is the international system and how international regimes dealing with the pandemic. But actually, I think practically, and if we're really going to advance the science on pandemic preparedness response, we need to be focusing our attention much more on how risk communication is received and how people are weighing up concurrent threats in order to make a decision around how do they react.
Is it atomizing? What is the role of populism within that country in terms of appearing top at the index and potentially bottom in terms of reality?
Fine, let me just quickly say rather defensively, despite the accent, I haven't been there for hundreds of thousands of years. Having said that, let me just say, I mean, I think globally, as I tried to say, I mean, I think as in the United States, as elsewhere, and I think you're going to begin to see this, just to be a bit contentious, also in Russia, which you're now beginning to see, I think, touch of, and eventually over time in China, for reasons that if we could only prolong this for another 24 hours, I could. But basically, the point is that I do think, on the one hand, what you're seeing is populism, but I think you're also seeing a kind of counter reaction, which is different entities, the private sector linkage with state sectors as opposed to the federal sector, et cetera. There are dynamics there which really have not been caught, but which are really beginning to transform the way information is exchanged, events are explored and explained. And in this case, I'm assuming that the way potential threats, economic, physical, et cetera, will also be transferred. The federal government, I think, is now, if you like, really coming to a profound transition.
Also to mention Russia, and on specific countries, we have a couple of questions on China. So we sort of moved from the US through to Russia, through to China. And the aspects regarding China is, how does the concept of atomization and weakening state power, and again, that's an assumption, weakening state power, but how does the atomization and weakening state power potentially contend with the rise of China, again, an assumption, and the ability of China to override citizens as in Hong Kong? And there's also sort of a concern or a question about China in terms of China's attempts are allegedly aimed at extending the global impact, which is not necessarily positive disaster diplomacy. So who wants to jump in, and maybe not China, but maybe other countries, to think about these issues in terms of a state extending global impact and a state overriding the rights of citizens using the pandemic and lockdown as an excuse? What sort of examples may you want to provide? Who would like to start with those 2 points? No, maybe Katie, do you want to think about the gamut of examples you've presented and maybe speak to either China or other countries, again, either using it to create concerns for their own citizens or for the world?
Yeah, sure. So I can't speak to China specifically, but I think there's a lot of examples that are coming through around, for example, this sort of, I mentioned the weaponization of COVID-19. And I think this is really important to try and understand changing political dynamics, both at the national level, but also in terms of geopolitics more broadly. I think what we have seen is an increasing trend of states that are trying to take advantage of the fact that there is sort of so-called global distraction to push through different things that are in their political interest, whether that's trying to push through a particular election, whether that's trying to push through certain rules and regulations under the guise of sort of being in an emergency regime. And I think that's really problematic. And it's mostly problematic because what we're seeing is that the pandemic is actually exacerbating violence and armed conflict, and particularly it's accentuating pre-existing inequalities. And I think that's a real concern. We're seeing examples of peacekeeping operations, the numbers being reduced, people pulling out. And so again, there's a lot of issues that are being raised around accountability and transparency of state and non-state actors in terms of essentially what they're up to in a context where we don't necessarily have either we would normally. And I think that's a real concern. And I think the reality is we're not really going to know what the impact of those trends are. Certainly while the pandemic continues and is ongoing, and until we find whatever the new normal is post the pandemic.
By the Chinese sense that one always presumes that China has been going on a steady, increasing, intensifying, centralized, if you like, state system, when perhaps historically one forgets that it wasn't that long ago, perhaps 150 years ago, when China was, so to speak, in disarray, that what you had even before that was a much smaller concept of China. And I think we forget the evolution of states when we talk about states, and the assumption that, in a sense, it's on a kind of linear progression, stronger, stronger, stronger. And I think that is something which I think really does have to be rethought, because China has had a short term, as had the United States, which is what, a couple of 200 years or something. And there's nothing permanent, as we know from modern history, about the inherent stability and continuity of state.
Well, yeah. So I also can't really speak to China, but I do hear Katie's point about the politicization of COVID, and I'd also just like to sort of highlight the fact that there are actually sort of at least in the UK, and I know in the US, there is this sort of anti-Asian rhetoric, often xenophobic rhetoric that comes with the COVID pandemic, and I think that relates to political populism that Randolph highlighted before. But what I would say in relation to sort of the state response to the crisis is that when it comes to public health, that has always been the consideration of public health initiatives, where we think in terms of the population and the collective, and so it's always has been a balance between state or institutional actions or population level actions, and balancing that the benefits and the risks against those of the individual. And as I said, that needs to happen at various levels. And so that's where I think creating more enabling environments for communities and local decision makers to make more effective decisions more nimbly and with the local information that they have available to them, it can be does, I think, offer some clues into more effective community level pandemic responses.
So a lot of the work that I do is looking at disaster risk management in conflict context. And I think the pandemic has only exposed a number of underlying assumptions that we still hold largely within the disaster risk management community. So, for example, part of the problem I feel with current disaster risk management sort of conceptualizations and framings is that we still assume that, for example, there is a functioning and effective state that can be used as an entry point for national policy and coordination, whether that's for pandemic preparedness and response or whether that's for dealing with climate variability and change. We also tend to assume that there is a strong social contract between state and citizens. And again, that just simply doesn't hold true in many contexts across the globe. And we also tend to assume that the governments will seek to protect all citizens equally. And again, unfortunately, the pandemic has exposed the fact that that's just simply not the case. And I think although it's common knowledge, particularly amongst practitioners, that that's rarely the case, rarely are those realities actually acknowledged or grappled with in discussions, strategies, plans, or research to advance disaster risk management. So I think we're really challenging some of the underlying assumptions on which we base a lot of our research. And I think that's true, the tendency to really look at disaster risk management from a very state-centric perspective, it still holds true, even in research that's at the community level. There is still an assumption that, for example, even if we know that localization is best and we should work at the community level, there's still an assumption that there is a state that is sort of overarching and the state does intend to protect its citizens. And again, that's just unfortunately not true for so many cases, particularly in contexts that are affected by social violence and political conflict.
Just a few minutes left. Katie's actually done really well in answering a couple of the other questions which are there, which I was going to bring out in terms of what should we be doing. what is more effective at different scales, and how do we move forward given these issues which Katie has very aptly put regarding state. So I'll maybe go to Jordan and Randolph in closing. What should we do? What is the role of the state? Who is most effective? How do we hold them accountable? In 3 words or less each. Please, Randolph or Katie.
Oh, sorry.
Randolph.
Okay, fine. My golly. Okay, I mean, in 10 seconds or less, it goes like this. I think we have to now looking in a very systematic way about potential, so to speak, structures, what would they be? Sorry, well, systems, okay, in a sense, that can be far better identifiers of risks than the structures that we have now. And there are examples of this, whether it be in the disaster risk system or in the insurance sector, et cetera. There are new systems emerging with these on board. Begin to understand it, begin to, if you like, use these to identify potential risks in the health sector as well as in other sectors. Thank you.
Jordan.
If I had to say 3 words, I think it would be informal. Actually, I'm going to make it 4. Informal, local, systems and resources. And I think a lot of the work that we do really works to uncover these local systems of resources that communities can draw on. So that's better valuing local knowledge, informal networks of mobilization. And in spite of the highly local nature of some of the work that we do, there is the huge capacity for local networks of mutual solidarity and support. And so I would highlight that in the pandemic response and beyond.
Yep.
That's absolutely brilliant. I mean, really challenging times and challenging issues, some wonderful questions from the audience, but also a real credit to Katie, Jordan, and Randolph for giving some very solid answers, which we owe applause. This also indicates how much work there is to do. And at UCL IRDR, Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction, at the UCL Institute for Global Health, where Jordan and I are, through Katie's work at ODI, Overseas Development Institute, and of course Randolph at King's, we are developing some of these answers and trying to work through them. In our education at UCL, through our bachelor's programs, through our master's programs, through our PhDs, we have students who are actually delving into all these topics and trying to answer them. So this gives opportunities potentially for all of you to join us. That particularly goes for the next session, which will start in half an hour. That's 11:45, 11:45 UK time, which will be the launch of our new Bachelor of Science in Global Humanitarian Studies. So please come back for 11:45 UK time on YouTube for this. In the meantime, we do now have the networking session in Zoom. So join us there for the next half hour. Also, again, comment on social media. The hashtag is hashtag UCLHS 2020, UCL Humanitarian Summit 2020, and continue to use Slido F335, that's fire 335 for your comments, your questions, and also the poll. Huge thank you to our 3 panelists. Huge thank you to the audience. Huge thank you to the technical behind it. And looking forward to seeing you in Zoom and to the continuation of this humanitarian summit today.
Thank you very much, Ilan.
Thank you, Ilan. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Peter was saying he could hear himself as well. I don't know. That's why he sort of was stumbling, because he could hear himself being repeated back in. So I don't know why that was. Oh, right. Okay. No, well, that's what I was thinking. Nobody else seemed to have a problem, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to. I also was asking if the chat function could be put back on YouTube. I don't know. That's why he sort of stumbled, because he could hear himself being repeated back in. So I don't know why that was. Oh, right. Okay.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to this panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Poonam Yadav. I am a lecturer in Humanitarian Studies at the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction at UCL. I'm also the co-director of the Center for Gender and Disaster at IRDR. I'm interested in examining people's lived experiences in conflict and disaster context through a gender lens. I'm also interested in understanding how knowledge is produced, authenticated, and disseminated, and how they are gendered. One of my co-authored papers introduces the concept of Wi-Fi-sization. Wi-Fi-sization is a process through which some contributions are devaluated, dismissed, and erased. Another article which was also published recently, entitled "Can Women Benefit War?" looks at the transformative effects of war in post-conflict societies. It's an honor for me to introduce this panel to you today. We have three wonderful panelists who will formally launch our new BSc program and talk a bit more about the program. So what I'm going to do today is to introduce all the three panels and hand over the floor to them. Our first speaker is Professor Peter Sammonds. Majority of you already know him, so I don't need to give a lengthy introduction. He is the director of the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction. He is the main architect behind this new BSc program. Professor Sammonds will formally launch our new BSc program, which is to start in September 2021. And he will say a few words about the program, give you an overview. This will be followed by a 10 minutes presentation from Dr. Ilan, who is the Anthropology and Social Science Pathway Lead. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Anthropology at UCL. He has conducted field research in the Pacific Islands and in Western Europe, and he is currently researching voluntary risk-taking. He has been teaching courses on the anthropology of risk, and he is particularly interested in collective human responses to extreme situations. Our third speaker today is Dr. Jessica Field. Dr. Field is a lecturer in Humanitarian Studies at IRDR. She is also associated with UCL Global University in India. Jessica's work examines the history and politics of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. She is particularly interested in South Asia. She has worked on the Rohingya refugee crisis and disaster governance in India in collaboration with various organizations, including Save the Children and UNHCR. She has recently published a co-edited volume, which was published in 2020, called The Global Compact on Refugees, Indian Perspectives and Experiences. Jessica has also extensively published on disaster governance in India, especially looking at the Ladakh region. After all the three presentations, I will open the floor for Q&A. For the Q&A, we'll have 20 minutes, and we'll be joined by one of our PhD, MSc students, Andalucia Novelin, our PhD candidate Miles Harris, and our communications and events manager Sarah Jill, who is also the coordinator of this event. Please submit your question via Slido. You know the code is FFIRE335. If you want to tweet, please use hashtag UCLHS2020. That's Humanitarian Summit 2020. May I now request Professor Sammonds to launch the BSc program and give a brief overview of the program. You have about 7 to 10 minutes, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Poonam, for that introduction. And thank you, everybody, for joining us at the Humanitarian Summit today. Hopefully a little bit more au fait with the technology. I realized I was stumbling a little bit in the first session in the morning. I think I know a little bit more how this works now. But there will be a few hitches, I'm afraid, going along the way. There's a lot of bandwidth being used by people everywhere. It's not just us, it's also the YouTube channel end as well. So welcome, and I say, I think there are several groups of people here. There are probably interested students who might be thinking of applying to the Global Humanitarian Studies program. There are colleagues at UCL who might have heard a little bit about this and probably want to know maybe a bit more about what direction this is moving in. And then there are probably just people sort of curious about what UCL is doing now in this in the humanitarian field. So welcome to all those groups. So just say the BSc Global Humanitarian Studies program is a multidisciplinary program, and it aims really to train and educate future generations of humanitarian leaders in theory and practice of humanitarian action. I think probably that's in a nutshell what we're trying to do. So it covers political, historical, and development contexts, aimed to have students gain an understanding of the emergence, impacts, and responses to humanitarian crises, but also to introduce critical, analytical, and research skills, which they will acquire grounded in practice, and the idea will equip students to anticipate evolving humanitarian threats and managing widening vulnerability and crises responses. So that's sort of what we're trying to aim to do. And the program has a number of themes. I think you might say 4 core themes for the core program. That's inequality, social justice and ethics, humanitarian crisis response and logistics, climate and hazard risks, impacts and adaptations, and international development. And then as well as the core, which makes up 50% of the degree program for overall 3 years, students can also opt to do 2 out of the 4 optional pathways we have. And the pathways are the digital science pathway, the management science pathway, the global public health pathway, and the anthropology and social science pathway. So these are enabling students to match their own interests, skills, and future directions with what they think best for their own outcomes. I mean, so digital science will particularly cover things like humanitarian data science, risk quantification, decision making, big data. Management science will include organizational and project management. Global public health will cover disease, poverty, conflict, and health crises. And the anthropology and social science pathway will look at things like social networks, resilience, anthropology of wars. So really quite a diverse but integrated range of topics. I mean, just wanted to say a little bit about one of the motivations for launching this program. And I think that's the humanitarian organizations and employers which we're in contact with have emphasized the need to professionalize the sector. And the idea of the core skills gained in a degree program based on consultation with global and national employers in the humanitarian sector, including intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, international consultancies, and humanitarian enterprises. So, there is a clear demand, we believe, for graduates in this sector who will be able to fulfill humanitarian careers. And the demands particularly for principles in evidence-based skills, analysis and assessment of humanitarian action, qualitative and quantitative research methods, strategic planning, leadership and team working, communications, negotiations, presentation, and understanding of security and ethics. So, we anticipate graduates will be looking for careers in intergovernmental organizations, government agencies, international consultancies, humanitarian enterprises, and we have a network of professional and humanitarian organizations who we're in contact with. We have a whole series of public engagement events which allow students to reach out to practitioners in these areas. I don't want to go too much into the real detail of the program. I mean, the program can be seen on the UCL prospectus, and it's also on the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction, the IRDR website, so that all the breakdown of the modules, the options, the pathways, and also sort of information about entry requirements as well. But clearly, I mean, we are looking for students to join this program who are really motivated to engage in these key humanitarian fields, and for whom humanitarian action they see actually as a career path for them. I think sort of with that I will conclude, but I'm obviously around to take further questions on that. I mean, when we come to the questions session, I mean, do feel free to ask questions at various levels. The strategy of what we're trying to do. The motivation for setting up this program, as well as maybe some of the technicalities of what the pathways are, what the module choices are, and specific information like that. So with that, I shall conclude. So thank you, and I'll hand back to Poonam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Now I'd like to request Dr. Ilan Abramson to give a 10 minutes presentation.
That I say initially that I can only talk about the anthropology part. What anthropology has in common with humanitarian studies is the sense that the world is interconnected, that there are no separate parts.
Sorry, I was on mute. So while the technological problem is being fixed, may I now request Dr. Jessica Phil to give a 10 minutes presentation, and then we'll go back to Alan.
Okay, perfect. So just for my 10 minutes, I was given the remit of reflecting on what are some of the big questions and big issues dominating the humanitarian sector. As Peter mentioned at the beginning, a lot of our graduates who take the Global Humanitarian Studies degree program will be keen to go into the sector. So what are some of the things that they might face and tackle when they get there? And with such a remit, it was difficult to know where to start. Humanitarian assistance, humanitarian action, of course, occurs at a range of different levels: international, national, local. I mean, the sector is filled with just such a diverse range of actors, whether, the very kind of top international level, you've got the UN officer who might have spent a lot of time specializing in a particular area, Or you might have a group of student friends who mobilize, gather donations from friends and family and go to a disaster affected context to distribute those in a much more kind of informal ad hoc manner. The spectrum of humanitarian action is very broad, so it's difficult to know where to start and what to talk about, especially just over 10 minutes. So what I wanted to think about and hook this discussion on was a key moment that defined humanitarian issues, set the global humanitarian agenda, as it were, a couple of years ago, and that was the World Humanitarian Summit in 2016, which was hosted in Istanbul in Turkey. This was the first UN summit that focused exclusively on humanitarian action, and it involved global leaders, civil society organizations, the private sector. And these actors all came together to focus on developing what was termed an agenda for humanity. So it's worth taking a look, having a Google at the summit and the agenda for humanity. It was very bold in its aspiration, seeking to reform the sector, improve the effectiveness and efficiency of humanitarian action moving forward. But there have been a lot of kind of critiques of it afterwards, that it was somewhat weak in, if not commitments, then the enforcement of those commitments. But I think it's a useful starting point for the discussion for these next few minutes, because some of the big questions or issues raised about the humanitarian sector during this event still dominate the field. Public health, of course, was a big one, how actors can better cooperate for more effective assistance in the situation of a public health emergency. The focus at the time was, of course, Ebola. The focus now, of course, is coronavirus, COVID-19. This was a subject of great and interesting discussion earlier today, so I won't touch on that. But other key themes picked up at the event included the topic of localization, which has come up today already, the discussions around technology and innovation, and then finally, gender, race, and discrimination within the sector as well. So I'll just go through those briefly and link them to the kind of things that you can study on the Global Humanitarian Studies degree program. So localization, particularly fairer funding for local organizations. I know this was something that was touched upon by Katie Peters and Jordan Shannon earlier this morning. So one of the big commitments that came out of the World Humanitarian Summit was the Grand Bargain, and this was an agreement signed by 62 international agencies, countries, non-governmental organizations, a range of different signatories who all committed to thinking and acting differently about funding, about partnership, about humanitarian assistance. And one significant commitment was around funding distribution and the need for more decentralized funding mechanisms and a fairer dispersal of funds. And this was in recognition of the fact that while local organizations do a large bulk of humanitarian assistance on the ground, being best placed to be first responders, potentially, particularly those that are in crisis-affected zones. And despite being doing such a significant majority of that work, only 2% of, in fact, I think it's less than 2% of global funding was distributed directly to local organizations up to 2016. So there was a recognition that things needed to be done differently. So those 62 signatories committed to ensuring that percentage share would increase. It needed to go up to 25%. And that bureaucracy and reporting requirements would need to decrease to take off some of that pressure to enable local humanitarian actors to better get on with the job of assistance. Now, has this happened? Has that percentage share risen to 25%? Not fully. There is some progress on this. The signatories report every year on what they're doing to meet these commitments. But change is incredibly slow, and it's mainly a handful of signatories that are making this happen. Many local organizations still feel left off the top table in discussions. There are still questions about power and hierarchy. This raises questions of why. Is it an issue of power and politics? Is it just a question of ineffective processes? What are some of the bottlenecks in funding mechanisms? These are the kind of questions that you'll be able to explore, of course, across the degree program, but particularly in the management science pathway, when talking about systems and processes, but also in the anthropology and social science pathway when talking about power and politics in organizations. The second major topic or theme I wanted to raise was technology and innovation. Just like sectors across the world, humanitarian action is being enhanced, it's being affected and shaped by the development of new technology, whether that's through the tracking of displaced populations, whether that's through using biometric technology and data to improve the distribution of material and cash donations, or such things as smartphone-based community feedback apps to improve accountability between humanitarian organizations and affected people. But of course, just like with technology elsewhere in the world, including, it seems, our platforms today, technology is not a silver bullet to humanitarian issues and problems. And its use quite often raises a lot of questions around equity of access and also ethics. So questions such as, how do you build and maintain relationships between humanitarian colleagues in an organization, or between aid actors and crisis-affected communities through virtual platforms, when there is such a need for interpersonal connection. Another big question, of course, is around data protection, privacy, consent. Vulnerable communities have little choice often but to give biometric data in order to achieve assistance. What are the longer term privacy implications of these kind of developments? The students on the degree programme will have the opportunity to tackle these issues, particularly on the digital science pathway, but across the programme, and may even have the potential to develop with some of our colleagues and experts and their own technological solutions to pressing humanitarian problems. And then finally, in the last couple of minutes, the other big issue I wanted to talk about was around sexual exploitation, race discrimination, and the need to decolonize the humanitarian sector. Now, these big issues didn't take center stage in the World Humanitarian Summit, but they've gained increasing attention following, of course, the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matter movement in more recent months and years. These movements have rightly placed gender and racial discrimination at the top of the agenda. So what you're seeing at the moment in the sector are big debates around the need and the importance of acknowledging and engaging with the colonial legacy of humanitarian assistance globally. And that raises questions about how can the dominance of Western aid approaches be disrupted? Of course, there are multiple forms of humanitarian action globally, Western and non-Western, but in the international institutions that globally dominate, it's very much a Western approach. Within this area as well, questions have been raised about protection. And there's been particular attention on protection failures by humanitarian organizations of vulnerable women in crisis-affected contexts, and also staff members within humanitarian organizations, particularly women in the aid sector. And then finally, but of course not comprehensively, there's been an acknowledgement of the urgent need for more diverse representation at senior levels in humanitarian organizations and international institutions focused on humanitarianism. To tackle some of these issues across the degree programme, we offer specialist gender and humanitarian modules. The chair of this panel, Dr. Poonam Yadav, is a specialist in gender in the context of disasters and conflicts. And we also offer a focus on non-Western humanitarianism across the pathways, whether that's through the Global Humanitarian History module or through the pathway that's led by Ilan, anthropology and social science. So these are some of the big questions that face the sector at the moment. Of course, that's not a comprehensive list. So whether you're interested in the politics of humanitarianism, social justice and ethics, technology, data analysis, risk, project management, or public health, you'll have the opportunity to grapple with all of these across the degree. So I'll leave it there, and I look forward to questions about what the programme entails.
Sarah will be helping us to bring that question from Slido to the panel. Is there any question, Sarah, so far? So we can start with one.
The first question was that the BSc program sounds really interesting, but what are the first things you think that students who are interested in this degree need to learn? So are there things that people should be doing to prepare?
To answer this question, and then maybe followed by Peter.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Poonam. Well, to prepare for studying this degree program, I of course recommend visiting our website and looking at the details of the degree on the prospectus and IRDR's website. Then thinking about humanitarianism more broadly, there are a number of online resources, news organizations dedicated to humanitarian news. So the New Humanitarian is one of them that can get you up to date on sort of the kind of the politics of current crises. Relief Web is another resource as well. There's plenty available online for you to be able to kind of get your head around current challenges, topics that will also help you jump in and hit the ground running when you start the new degree. We're also available, whether that's through our general email address, which I think Poonam or Sarah can share. Off the top of my head, I don't remember it, but you can get our own personal contact details off the IRDR website, and we're happy to have a chat before you join, just to find out more about you and your particular interests within humanitarianism.
Peter, do you want to add something to that?
I'll just pick up on one point Jess said, and that's about what actually is available on the IRDR Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction website. We're putting up more and more stuff online. So for instance, we'll be having 2 of our humanitarian masterclasses go up online in September. We're also putting up a series of taster lectures as well later in the summer too. So quite a lot of material will be going up. We hope to have another taster course as well in September around the humanitarian field. So you know, the coronavirus pandemic has obviously disrupted many activities. But what Spirit has done is to get universities to put a lot more stuff online. And so I think, you know, checking back at our website, you'll start to pick up quite a lot of resources, which I think you will find of interest, whether it's issues such as safer schools or looking, for instance, at responses to natural hazards. Thank you.
More question while Alan is setting up.
What type of students are you looking for?
Peter, to answer this question.
I mean, clearly the overriding concern is that you know, students should be looking at, should be interested in humanitarian action and really wanting to follow a career in the humanitarian sector. In terms of the academic background, I mean, because the nature of the program and the fact we have these different pathways, we're anticipating students will actually come from quite a diverse range of academic backgrounds, and these, you know, will include the humanities, natural sciences, social sciences, geography, mathematics, business studies, you know, economics and computing, and I think, you know, all of these disciplines do actually have something to contribute to the humanitarian field, and so you know that our recruiting will be quite wide, but of course then in terms of student progression through the degree program, they can choose 2 out of the 4 pathways to sort of enhance their particular interests and specialisms. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think Alan is back, so may I now request Alan to continue with his presentation? Alan, can you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? You can hear me. You can hear me, can you? Okay, so hello. I'm going to try and portray what anthropology as a pathway can contribute to humanitarian. Is a sense that the world is interconnected, and each part of the world, each society, each separate culture, each organization has different kinds of connections with other organizations, cultures, and societies. And this is the landscape in which the humanitarian project operates and which anthropology studies. It's true that once upon a time, anthropology studied societies in isolation. They were remote. They seemed to be exotic. They were colonized. But in fact, the understanding now is that there is no place on the globe that is not connected to any other. And in fact, the humanitarian project itself is based upon a connection between different parts of the world and the desire to increase that connectivity when disaster unfortunately strikes. Now, there are two areas in which I think anthropology and the humanitarian project interface, come together and can do good things, and particularly where anthropology can contribute to the humanitarian project. So the first is in what we could call the plane of transnationalism and cosmopolitanism, where because of all the connectivity in the world, there is in some places a tendency for culture to homogenize, to become similar across the globe, and at the same time for a cosmopolitan group, often referred to, I think, justifiably as a cosmopolitan elite, to come together in organizations, some of which are represented in the humanitarian environment. UCL itself, calling itself the Global University, is one of these cosmopolitan organizations. Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders would be another, and there are many others. In fact, the cosmopolitan plane within the globalized world is considerable and is growing. And we might say that, in fact, the tendency is towards the crystallization of one global tribe, overriding all other cultural differences, and one global culture as well. So people say that, I read it in the media, but anthropologists would say, well, is that true? On the surface, it seems to be, the appearances seem to say that, but is it true? Are transnational organizations, various humanitarian NGOs of one culture, are they culturally homogenous or not? And it's here that anthropological method, which we call ethnography, which is immersive field work in social context, it's here that ethnography, anthropological method, can help discern whether or not deeper down we do find the formation of a homogenous kind of culture within humanitarian organization, or whether along gender lines, as we've just heard, along race and ethnicity lines, are humanitarian organizations more striated, more differentiated than we think. So that's one area where anthropology, I think, needs to come together with the humanitarian project and can. Another area is precisely that, in a sense is the opposite. It's on the plane in which, despite globalization, there is still much diversification, much differentiation. So there is in the world much local difference despite interconnection and globalization. There is much regional difference, national difference, and differences of various kinds, both on the ground in local communities and in organizations. Now, we would predict, I think, that because of such diversity, where disaster strikes, humanitarian organizations ought to shape their interventions according to local conditions. We would assume that not one size fits all, that there needs to be different models and different strategies for different countries. That's what, in a sense, anthropology and common sense would predict. But the question is it true? Is it really true? It is possible that models that have worked in Haiti, for example, could work in West Africa. I think only an immersive method, a method that gets to grips with local conditions on the ground in different countries, in different organizations as they operate within disaster zones in different countries, only could we then begin to answer the question whether or not we need different in different places for different disasters, or whether we can borrow from the experiences of other places. Just add two more things. The first concerns the method of anthropology. It is called ethnography. it's fieldwork, it's deep immersion within social contexts. What I think we recognize now after a colonial past is that our method is a partnership. You know, we study very often, not on our own ground, but on somebody else's ground, in somebody else's place. And they have to own the projects. They have to own the anthropological projects that our students will do and that we do, just as I think they also have to own the humanitarian interventions that hopefully will bring an end to suffering and will remedy disasters. Western intervention and intervention from other places can probably only work if it's in partnership. And if it is in partnership, like anthropological projects, it becomes less an issue of helping people than working with local people on the ground to develop hybrid organizations that will effectively lead to the channeling of aid and assistance. And that's very important. Finally, I'd just say that in anthropology, if you came on the anthropology and social science pathway, you would take 2 core modules, one of them in the first year, an introduction to social anthropology. And the second year, you take a theoretical perspectives in anthropology, which is, as it says on the wrapper, a theory course. And you would take options, in particular, one on anthropology of war. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Alan. Finally, we made it, despite all the technological difficulties. Thank you so much to all of the presenters, panelists today. We have about 15 minutes for question and answer. And as I said earlier, we are also joined by our students. So if there are questions about student experiences, please get them to us. Are there any questions, Sarah?
How does the BSc in Global Humanitarianism, Global Humanitarian Studies, increase employability? So I guess also about what careers options, career support there is in the IRDR.
Okay, so it's about employability. May I request Jess to answer this question, and then followed by anybody else who would like to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Poonam. So that's an excellent question. And of course, a key thing about the Global Humanitarian Studies degree program about employability is that you're specializing very early on. There are very few comparable options globally, let alone in the UK, for studying this particular area at undergraduate level. Most people only come to it at postgraduate level. So the advantage is that you're specializing much earlier, and as hopefully you'll have understood from the description of the different pathways, you'll be gaining not just kind of academic knowledge about humanitarianism, but also incredibly useful skills depending on the pathway that you'll go on to use in your future careers, whether that's risk analysis, data analysis, GIS mapping, and things like this. And I think a key strength of this program is that it's interdisciplinary. So you'll have not just a wide selection of skills from the different modules and pathways, but you'll also have broad knowledge of things connected to humanitarianism, politics, management science, digital science, from all of our pathways that build on established and very deep bodies of knowledge that you will be able to, you'll further specialize as you go through your degree, and you'll be able to take these into your career too. So there's a lot of options for working out what particularly you're interested in humanitarianism across the 3 years, and making connections with the help of the network of ourselves and our colleagues at IRDR to springboard you into the right job afterwards.
Alan, did you want to add anything from anthropology and social science perspective?
Well, I think I think that when we tackle social science generally, we are basically looking at comparisons between societies, and one of the important things I think is to look at your own society or look at your own organization in comparison with others, We could see that with the current COVID crisis, for example. It's a tendency for national governments to keep on inventing their own data and their own methods, when in fact comparison would probably benefit them better. I think any subject in the social sciences, anthropology including, will teach people the skill to be theoretical. I think that it doesn't come naturally to be theoretical, to think speculatively in order to think concretely. And I think finally, from anthropology and within anthropology, you learn how to do field research. And I think that virtually all aspects of the humanitarian projects, or at least those which are not office jobs, will require fieldwork skills. So I'm sure that the acquisition of these skills will actually put you at the front of the queue when it comes to employment and finding it.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to add anything, or shall we take another question? Let's take one more question then. Sarah.
Okay, how will I know which pathway to choose? So what support will be available for students to choose their pathway at the beginning of the course?
May I request Peter to answer this question?
Yes, so thank you for the question. In choosing the pathway, so you have two choices out of 4 pathways, and obviously choosing that is a key decision. I'll say that if you feel you've made a wrong decision after a few weeks, it's still possible to change pathways. But obviously the thing to do is try and choose the right pathway. And what we will be doing in the introductory week, we will be putting on taster days in the various pathways, so all students can sort of immerse themselves in that subject for a period of time to actually sort of get to grips with it and understand what is involved. There will of course be guidance from the tutors on hand as well, to try and understand what your own background is and also what your own ambitions are as well, and putting those together guide you in the choice of pathway.
Thank you, Peter. I had a question. Are there many questions, Sarah? Otherwise, I wanted to ask one to probably Jess and Alan. So I just wanted to get some insights from Jess and Alan, if possible. When we talk about humanitarianism, when we talk about humanitarian context, conflict, or disaster, women and children are always seen vulnerable. Why is that? Are they always vulnerable, or they are seen vulnerable? Just wanted some insights from you. So maybe Jessica first, and then followed by Alan.
Yep. I actually think that's a question you're better qualified to answer, Poonam. So it'd be good to hear your reflections at the end of it. Well, I mean, one of the things that I've looked at in terms of the vulnerability of women and children is the perpetuation of that image in humanitarian campaigns and advertising and fundraising. And it's kind of solidified a trope of the innocent and passive woman and child needing saving, essentially, by humanitarian organizations, typically rooted in the West. It's, of course, reductive. That is not the case. Women and children do have particular vulnerabilities linked to their identity, just as men have particular vulnerabilities linked to their identity. And this is why it's incredibly important for a contextualized and informed analysis and response, which is what Alan was talking about there. So I'll hand over to Alan for his reflections, but it'd be good to hear from you too, Poonam, on that question.
Yeah, I think I would reiterate the fact that we shouldn't rush to the conclusion that all women and all children are vulnerable. In fact, there are many children and there are many women who are far less vulnerable than many men and many older people. And I think that it's in particular context that we need to see how certain categories of people are marginalized, given less resources to be as active as they could be if they had the resource. So I totally concur with the fact that we shouldn't rush to conclusion that women and children are necessarily vulnerable. Though, of course, I note that particularly in the case of women who very often are looking after children, they are the marginalized and oppressed gender. And it is quite likely that they're not in the greatest of positions sometimes to respond to disaster as menfolk are. So Poonam.
Thank you. So basically, it is always assumed that women and children are vulnerable, and without questioning, without doing any analysis on the ground, we design our programs to address the needs of women and children as vulnerable categories. But then that's not true. In some cases, men are more vulnerable. There are cases of violence against men in various humanitarian contexts that are silenced. So we pick and choose what we would like to do. There are some trendy topics that everybody would like to work on, and this is one of the things that everybody buys into, and therefore women are often, and that has a huge consequence, because what we are trying to do is we are re-victimizing women again by making them look vulnerable, and that also means that the needs that they have and the new needs are not addressed in these kind of situations. And I have written extensively about it. I also have theorized it. So if you want to know more, just Google my name and you'll find something. And if you want to know a little bit more, then I'm always happy. You can get in touch with via email. So shall we have some more time? So shall we take another question, Sarah?
Okay, this is a question for Anda. What have you enjoyed most about studying in the IRDR?
Hi, Sarah. Yes, thank you for the questions. Well, for me personally, what I love the most is the fact that first, I got to have various support when I'm studying here in UCL. In general, like I have literally access to different libraries, journal, books. And the fact is, by studying here in IRDR, I can have access to consult with the lecturers here and discussing the direction that I want to take in life. In my case, which is business and risk management. So I can tailor my research project according to what I want and what my next goal. And then the lectures here have like so many contexts. I can use some of the contexts to help me with the research and then with the career path that I'm going to pursue in the future. And also, this is a little bit off topic, but the fact that I really love and enjoy here living in London, because for me as an international student, it also provides various experiences that I will not have if I just stay in my home country. And all those experiences that I have from studying here in London also help enrich my own experiences. So I can like compare what I study here in IRDR and what I face in my daily life as a student in London. And all in all, it's just a great opportunity for me and I enjoy it very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have time to take one or two more questions? So are there any other questions?
Yep, so this is a linked question really, and it's what other opportunities are there outside timetabled classes for students?
Do you want to, Anda, do you want to say something and then maybe we can chip in afterwards?
Yes, I think here living as a student here in London, we have lots of different opportunities. Like I know some students here working at the same time or taking internships, both with private companies or the government. And there are also different offers every day posted on the website. UCL also have like lots of different clubs and societies from art, dance, IT, language, sports, and also they have lots of opportunities for volunteering, which of course will help enrich our experience and also help for us to gain more experience and we can put it on the CV. And also if you love the entertainment or the nightlife here, well, London obviously have lots to offer for us, like from opera, libraries, museum, parks. All in all, it's just so many opportunities here, and it's just up to you as a student to choose what you want to do here while studying here in London.
Thank you. And Ilan, did you want to add anything from the experiences of your students? What are the other extracurricular activities and other things that students can do when they're at UCL?
Well, I can only add very local knowledge. We're lucky in anthropology that we've got a lot of common room space. And I'm a great believer that whilst lecturers and teaching assistants do a great job teaching, much of learning, much of the learning and teaching takes place amongst students themselves. So having is an extremely useful asset. That's probably all. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, and Peter, if you wanted to add anything?
Yes, sure. I just think one thing that hasn't been touched on that, I mean, in the IRDR, I mean, we've set up over the last few years a number of initiatives in the humanitarian field, such as the humanitarian masterclasses. We have these day-long masterclasses where we try and teach sort of practical skills, but outside of the usual curriculum. We have our evening conference series based around the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where we invite researchers internationally to come and deliver their research, so we really understand what they are doing and the context they are doing it in. We have a humanitarian enterprise workshop series as well. We have a number of seminar programs as well. So there's quite a lot of
problem with Peter. Peter, we'll come back to you again. May I now request Jess to add something if you wanted to? Peter is back. Yes. Yes.
The link just dropped then, so just conclude on that. So there are a lot of other extracurricular activities of an academic and practical nature which you can join.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. And Jess, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just one more thing that hasn't been mentioned. Of course, UCL is really well located in central London. A lot of UK humanitarian organisations and international humanitarian organisations are headquartered just a walking distance, bus ride or a couple of tube stops away from the university. And they often host a lot of events, talks themselves that students will be able to attend, get invited to our talks and events. But there's a lot going on related to humanitarianism in London, hosted by these organisations, and of course other London-based universities as well. So it's a real centre of the action in that sense.
Within IRDR, and these research centres have many very interesting research projects. Research projects on Rohingya, and there is a project on gender, likewise digital health. So we also have, in addition, all of those monthly seminars and lunchtime forums. We have additional workshops, specialized workshops and seminars every now and again taking place, and students have the opportunity to attend those ones as well. And also students will be able to benefit from a wide range of network that we are all connected to. So we have a huge network. We have a new project now. It's a very big project, which is called GRIP, and it's going to be implemented in 3 different regions: South Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And the main aim is to establish a network of networks. So through that, we'll be connected to a really large number of people and organizations. And we are hoping that our students will be able to take advantage from those networks as well. So since we have only a few minutes left, if there is any final pressing question, then we can throw that to the panelists. Otherwise, we'll draw to close. Are there any final questions?
Yep. So Yeah, so there was a question about, like, why is this course unique? It's unusual, but can you explain how perhaps it differs from other courses that people may have seen?
So this time I'd like to start with Peter. Brief comment, would be good to have brief comments from everybody, all the three speakers.
So I think there's no other undergraduate program in the UK which really has this breadth of interest in the humanitarian field. You'll find one or two comparable courses internationally. I mean, particularly thinking of the postgraduate level at Harvard University, but in the UK, the sort of breadth is really very well. I mean, this is the program which has this breadth of interest in the humanitarian field.
Thank you. Alan, did you want to add something from anthropology and social science pathway? Why this is unique and is going to be unique? We can't hear you for some reason. It is working fine with us now. Can't hear you. Sorry, it's the technological problem. Let's go back to, let's go to Jess. Did you want to comment, Jess, briefly on this?
Only just to reiterate what I mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry I missed Peter's comment because my sound dropped as well. So apologies if I'm repeating what Peter's already said. But it's unique in the sense that I think we're one of two humanitarian undergraduate degree programs offered in the country. The other one is at Manchester University, and our program has an incredibly diverse range of pathway choices that allow you to specialise early. And as I mentioned before, this opportunity to specialise from undergraduate degree is really missing in the sector, and it's a disservice to the sector actually that it's only possible to look into more depth in these subjects at postgraduate. So the undergraduate offers a real opportunity to get skills and get knowledge early on.
Thank you so much. We are near to the time. So thank you, everyone, all the panelists, for your wonderful presentations. And thank you all for participating. I would like to wrap up this session with a couple of announcements which have already been said before, but some of you might be joining us now. Next week, we have our annual conference, which is on the 15th of July. We have 6 tester classes scheduled throughout July and August on various topics. We have a tester course planned for the 17th of July, led by Dr. Jessica Field. This is fully booked, and because of the high demand, we have also planned to organize another tester course in September. So keep an eye out for that. We also have a virtual open day on the 23rd of July, and there is one in September as well. So if you have more questions about the program or anything else you'd like to know about the BSc program, please attend these events. And if you have more questions and about the event, upcoming events, as well as any other questions that you have about us, about our programs, then please get in touch. Our email is humanitarian-info@ucl.ac.uk. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all panelists, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Greetings. I hope you've all been having a good conference. I'm sure you all know that climate change
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasemin Didem Aktaş from UCL.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back or welcome to the final session of this year's Humanitarian Summit online. And this session will be on climate change and humanitarian crises.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back.
There is considerable interest in that field, which is growing fast because of the obvious realization that climate change will have a severe and increasing impact upon the humanitarian scene. Will we get climate refugees? Do we already have climate refugees? What effect will climate change have on people who live on the brink with very low incomes in unstable environments? What will be the effect of major increases in the climatic extremes? Drought on the one hand, which has an enormous implication for food supply, and storms, cold snaps, heat waves, and so on, and their impact upon humanity, but particularly the fact that the impact of natural hazards is very differential to those people who are not protected by wealth and high levels of economic development. So I would like now to begin with our keynote speech here from Professor Micheal Grubb. Now, Professor Grubb unfortunately can't be with us today, but he has left us with a substantial presentation that he made before he left for a fairly wild area where unfortunately his Wi-Fi is not good enough for him to be able to participate directly. Professor Grubb, by the way, is Professor of Energy and Climate Change at UCL and is also the Research Director of the Institute of Sustainable Resources and Energy. Among his many different works, I would particularly draw attention to his book published 6 years ago called Planetary Economics, Energy, Climate Change, and the Three Domains of Sustainable Development. So he is very clearly a substantial expert in the field of environmental economics and undoubtedly has a great deal to say to us about the questions of humanitarianism in relation to climate change from an economic point of view. But let's hear what he does have to say in this presentation that he put together so that we could show it. If you have any questions about this presentation, then do please feel free to forward them to us on Slido or by email, and we will then forward them to Micheal, who, when he gets back from the wilds and is in contact again, will be happy to answer them to you. However, we will need some kind of address whereby he can contact you with the answer to your question. Otherwise, we will have to provide an answer ourselves. But now let's hand over to Michael's presentation for the next 20 minutes or so.
Greetings. I hope you've all been having a good conference. I'm sure you all know that climate change is a major global challenge, and I'm going to try and set out two areas of that. In the first half, I'll say a little bit about the background on science and impact, with a bit of focus on food risks. But I know several on the panel have a lot of expertise in that area. In the second half, I'll focus more on the mitigation, emissions reductions, and some thoughts about longer term. And I hope by then you'll realise the complexity of the title, that there's all three dimensions of gloom, doom, and some green shoots to think about. So just a word of background to stress that there's quite a few fundamentals we know, one of which is that we are in uncharted waters in terms of the level of CO2 in the atmosphere, which are now a lot higher than before the ice ages started several million years ago. So we are in uncharted waters. We know also that global temperatures have been rising, along with the recent, in century terms, increase of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. It's a heat trapping gas. It means amplifies water vapor, which amplifies the heating. and concentrations keep rising and will do unless and until we get emissions down towards zero. And the temperature response has been pretty much, actually, as scientists projected from several decades ago, has general warming and ecosystem impacts. More energy trapped in the atmosphere means more extreme events, ice melt, sea level rise, and so forth, with various other and perhaps more fundamental disruptions at risk. Now, I'm not going to take your time with a general lecture on that. Let me turn on to aspects of impacts. There's already been evidence of increasing extreme events. Someone who wants to track, if any of you want to track in more detail some of the issues around this and the evidence, the Lancet now produces an annual countdown, and I put on here some of the links to the data in that. It's a great platform to look at for those interested. I'll just flag a couple of other things though. One deriving from our own research in the Institute on crop modelling, which shows the relative sensitivity on the left-hand side of barley crop yields to changes in temperature. And on the right-hand side, what that implies in terms of some of the distributions. And I think that that is one of the themes that does come through strongly, is long before we get to the worst global impacts, there will be distribution changes, quite substantial. It's not infrequent that the hardest hit countries will be amongst the poorest countries, and that is indeed the case, it seems, for a number of areas of food supply. We obviously think most obviously of the lands and foods. Sea level is a concern for coastal regions, but I also just wanted to flag it's not just sea level rise storm risks, which obviously have been experienced, and many huge numbers of people in major cities are next to the sea for obvious reasons. There will be impacts beyond that though, including on fisheries, the productivity of different fisheries, the shifting of fishing zones. Again, things shift in climatic change long before the global aggregate gets really bad. But from a humanitarian standpoint, of course, it's that distribution which is a real source of concern. Regarding those food impacts in general, it is also entirely likely that climate change will increase the correlation of extreme events across different regions. And so, for example, though we do have good food systems at a global level, they may well still get stressed by climate change. But I'll leave it to the panel to pick up some of those issues more. I just thought that I would conclude this half of my introductory remarks with two things. One is to say, what does the Paris Agreement itself say in relation to climate impacts and adaptation? Well, it emphasises very strongly that enhanced adaptation is one of the three core goals, along with mitigation and alignment of finance. And I've put a bit more specifics here about the commitments that parties take to enhance the overall adaptive capacity and strengthen resilience, reducing vulnerability, and so forth. It sets up the institutional arrangements around that, and it confirmed the Adaptation Fund through the Paris Agreement, fund that emerged under the Kyoto Protocol, including various pledges to keep that fund going. As you know, that has been under some strain, not least with the US withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. Again, that's a theme I think the panel may wish to pick up. Just returning to the science of how scientists have tried then to frame it, it's really been set out through the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in terms of what tends to be called the burning embers diagram, or lists of various reasons for concern. And what this shows is 5 different kinds of reasons we would be concerned about climate change. And as one moves up, you get with some fairly clear definitions as one moves from areas where climate change is undetectable to moderate but clear evidence, to higher impacts, and then very high. and it shows vertically where we stand on those indices for different temperature levels. And it was really against this backdrop, both that the Paris Agreement stressed the need for assistance with adaptation already, as we have just moved into the zone beyond 1 degree rise from pre-industrial levels, but stressed that a safe or avoiding dangerous interference should be interpreted as staying within the range 1.5 to 2 degrees. And you can see even within that, one is entering dangerous zones in terms particularly of some unique ecosystems and some of the extreme weather events, and that already one is finding exacerbated distribution of impacts, and hence the recognition that adaptation can only go so far. We have to get the problem under control at a more fundamental level of the emissions. Let me turn now to the nature of the international challenge for mitigation and reducing emissions. You might think it's obvious, faced with a problem like this, we really should be accelerating emission reductions towards zero. Of course, it's not that simple. If we actually look at what's been going on over the last few decades, we see that the industrialized countries have tended to dominate emissions of CO2, coal consumption, which has been the biggest single driver. But over the periods, the emergence and the growth of developing countries, and particularly after 2000, a large growth of coal consumption in China and indeed across Asia, has driven emissions up further. We are now in a situation where actually coal consumption has been reducing considerably in much of the industrialized countries, and it's stabilized and in fact slightly started reducing. But we are a very, very long way from bringing global emissions down substantially. Fossil fuels have been the engine of economic development ever since the industrialized revolution, and consequently this is a major and now clearly a major global challenge. So if I now just set against that the chart that I showed you about the reasons for concern and the global emissions scenarios, one thing that drops out of this is a pretty simple metric, which is that the more carbon we emit in roughly linear terms in cumulative history, the more the temperature rises in proportion. And if we're going to stay within the goals set by the Paris Agreement, that means we really can't emit more than about another 1,000 gigatons of carbon. And we're already emitting close to 50. It depends a little how you account for some of the other gases and deforestation. So, we've got about a quarter of a century to get emissions left. And that's taking us up towards 2. So it does imply a rapid turnaround of emissions in the global energy system. With all taking part. This is one of the classic diagrams showing just where emissions have been and how much they need to come down. And the common metric is, even for the 2 degrees, you're looking at getting close to zero net emissions not long after 2050. So is that conceivable? How are we going about it? And why is it so difficult? Well, I wanted to say a few words about that, particularly for a conference of this nature, because there are many different ways of constructing why it's so difficult. Nicola Stern has been famous of calling this the biggest market failure in history. That's an economics view. It says the problem is we've simply not had a price on carbon emissions that reflects the damages, which has enabled the economy to effectively be an engine of amplifying damaging emissions. But in fact, it's more than that. It's a deeply moral issue, as a leading moral philosopher put it in a book, The Perfect Moral Storm, because it combines issues of responsibility towards the future, towards other countries, deep inequalities between those who've caused the problems and the major victims, and more beyond. So there are deep moral issues, ethics about how we view our responsibilities in an essentially finite planet with the evidence staring us in the face, but in which each individual's contribution seems really minuscule and irrelevant, and one can always find someone or something else, some other country, some other sector to blame for causing the problem. No, we're kind of all in it together. That also makes it what social scientists call a super wicked problem. It's a very difficult one to solve because of those factors, that it is so wide and unequal in terms of contributions, perspectives, how much you care about others in other countries, future generations, and the sheer complexity of changing the systems that have driven industrial development for the last 2 centuries. That's pretty clear given how hard it's been to contain, and there is also a growing literature on the psychological distance of climate change. Our brains are just not hardwired to get to grips with something of this nature. And I think that the role of the social sciences in explaining why it's so hard and communicating what does work and what doesn't work is so central. What can we expect from behaviour change? What can't we? What can we expect from political systems, and how to design things which in particular can get through democratic systems? I put at the bottom a quote which is, we still see some tendency to deny there's a problem, but it's much more common to accept there's a problem but to find some reason why somebody else should act more. But it's not all doom and gloom. I did want to say a little bit more about some other aspects. If we look at the first decade of this century, it was not great in terms of emissions or indeed energy resource development. Since then, we have seen, as I showed you, the expansion of coal, particularly in Asia, a slower but still significant rise in emissions, but also a rapid expansion of renewable energy, albeit from a small base. On the right-hand side, I've shown the explosive growth of solar energy from next to nothing up to over 500 gigawatts. Just for your orientation, the total UK capacity of power generation is about 60 gigawatts. That's not a direct comparison. Obviously, solar varies with the suns. Its output is a lower fraction of capacity, but it's still growing extraordinarily rapidly and is particularly suited to help many developing countries, including in remote energy access, if they can get the business and finance established to make good use of what we're now calling the solar revolution, because that reflects remarkable cost reductions in a number of related technologies. And we are seeing emission reductions emerging in some leading regions. Let me say just a little more about this. It is only 6 or 7 years since many still called solar energy a ridiculously expensive way of reducing emissions. Germany made huge investments, and clearly one of their leading electricity companies, RWE, didn't think this was a very sensible way of going about it. But what we saw is it led to a huge reduction in costs. We also see wind energy there, and rapid growth of installations, as I've shown you. And the costs have come down with records being broken again last year, down to $16 per megawatt hour, which when I first put this slide together was the cheapest. Since that's been broken. Even in Africa, it's relatively cheap by comparison with other sources. Solar energy is now emerging as the cheapest widespread high-grade energy source in human history. That should all give us some hope. And it's not just solar. The cost of batteries has collapsed, and many other what we call enabling technologies. So we are on the cusp of what many of us in this field now think of as an industrial revolution, one spearheaded by very large investments, hundreds of billions actually, particularly in Germany and a number of other OECD countries, which in a sense has been their biggest contribution to trying to solve this problem. The resources are huge. This map just shows one example of how much solar energy you could get from an area in Rajasthan compared with Indian electricity demand. And when we look at the efforts in other countries, they're also very considerable. So on the left, you see extraordinarily ambitious goals set by India, and on the right, a comparable effort from the UK. Coming towards conclusions here, but I did want to say a little more about the UK because it has been a country which, after frankly quite a lot of stumbling around, has got to grips with its emissions in the power sector, in the sense that we have effectively killed off coal. And UK electricity sector emissions have halved since 1990, which really is something the rest of the world has taken note of. Important to say, it's a mix of efforts. It's been a mix of putting a price on carbon, that's what the green and red is about, over the time, plus strong supports for renewable energy and energy efficiency, which has helped to bring down electricity consumption. So in effect, electricity consumption's gone down, the contribution of renewables gone up, a carbon price made it cheaper to run gas, which is about half the emissions compared with coal, and coal was squeezed out of the system. It has been a radical transformation for a country that used to be known as an island of coal in a sea of oil and gas. So major changes are possible, and they can happen quite rapidly. Something that won't happen rapidly, but could be equally radical, are ideas for major interconnections of these clean energy systems. And here is an example, a bit of a dream perhaps, but on the other hand, it's a dream we see slowly materializing through increasing levels of interconnection and also investment in North African wind and solar energy capacity. This isn't the place to go into more depth, but you can see obvious advantages of having these international and intercontinental systems. So one of the irony is people talk about decentralized energy. Yes, it will be in part, but it will also be more international energy for the electricity system, at least. So in terms of longer term views, how would I wind up? Well, huge amounts could be said, but one of them is it does require a major shift in global energy investment, both away from the oil sector towards the power sector, within the power sector towards clean and towards the transmission capacity. We have, in the last couple of years, seen a significant collapse of investment in fossil fuels, but we have not yet seen the rise in renewable investments that would be required. That is very much work in progress, but in fact, renewables have accounted for, by a significant degree, the major share of investment in the power sector in the last couple of years. So there are shifts going on that may not seem so obvious from the global headlines, and many people are involved in trying to accelerate those shifts in time. The way that I think about it is something like this. We are now clearly faced by a human choice between two kinds of energy systems. It is still quite possible to have a fossil fuel system, economic terms. We have discovered a lot more oil, shale and gases, and there are unlimited amounts of coal in effect. We can develop smarter fossil fuel based systems, except that that's really not a smart thing to do, given everything we know on climate change. We do now see rising in competition the valley on the left, which is the green energy futures. And they are simply not a higher cost version for economies of brown futures. The fundamental point is they're different. They will require innovation, more interconnection, more integration of electricity, transport, and everything else that you see emerging more and more in the news every day. That is the way I certainly see that we are slowly moving in the UK, across Europe and some other areas, and the key challenge is to globalise that effort. So by way of conclusions, climate change is a pressing global issue. Time is running out to avoid dangerous interference. Some of the biggest near-term threats and mid-term threats are likely to arise from the distributional consequences and impacts on food supplies, though risks may become increasingly synchronised and hence global. Some major OECD countries are bringing CO2 emissions down, have helped to drive a revolution in clean technologies, and that does open up new paths for development globally in a system where Asia increasingly is the pivot of the global energy system. I think as a final remark, that does lay the basis for new international approaches. We don't need everything at the global level. There's lots of scope for what we may call minilateral cooperation on sector basis, transforming sectors and the diffusion of clean technologies, and linked with that adaptation assistance to recognize the responsibilities that we clearly share. And ultimately, it means that during this century, we are looking to shift to sustainable development pathways in all respects within the framework of the Paris Agreement, for which there are, of course, precedents in theory. We need to make sure they happen in practice. And on that note, I will finish. Thank you very much. Greetings.
Right. Well, we're very pleased to have been able to offer that presentation from Professor Grubb, who unfortunately is not around to be able to be with us right now. But if you have any questions for them, you can you can forward them to us, and we will forward them to him, and he will reply. Or alternatively, you can ask us, and the panel will deal with the question at the end of the current session. But let's move on quickly. I would just like to say before we do so, there are also questions, of course, about whether COVID-19 might presage a greener future by forcing the pace on this. And that would be quite interesting to see. And don't forget that although your contribution may seem minuscule and irrelevant, it absolutely isn't. Anyway, let's now proceed to our first live talk from Professor Salim Al-Haq, who is the Director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development at Independent University, Bangladesh, and Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Environment and Development in London, among a variety of other important posts that he holds from place to place. So I'm happy to hand over to Professor Haq for the next 10 minutes in order to give his take on this question of climate change and migration.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Greetings from Dhaka, Bangladesh, where, as you've heard, I head the International Center for Climate Change and Development at the Independent University, Bangladesh. And what I'll do is I'll share some of my experience of working on climate change, particularly on adaptation for the most vulnerable communities in the most vulnerable countries, namely the least developed countries, which are 48 of the poorest countries in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. And at my university, we run a master's program in climate change and development. We do a lot of short courses for people from government and non-governmental actors on particularly adaptation to climate change. And we recently had a major super cyclone called Amphan just a few weeks ago that hit India and Bangladesh. And it became a super cyclone while it was in the Bay of Bengal because of the elevated sea surface temperatures, and caused a lot of damage. But on the other hand, in Bangladesh, we have one of the best cyclone warning and evacuation systems in the whole world, where 2.5 million people got the warning, went to shelters, took shelter, and the number of human deaths was just a handful, where in past decades, when we had super cyclones like this, the death rates had been in the tens of thousands, indeed even in the hundreds of thousands. And we have been able to bring down very, very significantly. There was still a lot of damage, particularly to the Sundarban forest with flora and fauna. Low-lying coastal areas got damaged, crops got destroyed, houses and property infrastructure got destroyed. But human lives were brought down to a minimum through a very successful warning system. The other point to make about that particular cyclone was that it was a super cyclone. Cyclones in the Bay of Bengal are normal. We get them every year. But super cyclones are abnormal. And this one in particular became a super cyclone because the sea surface temperature of the Bay of Bengal at that time was elevated. And that has been attributed to human-induced climate change, having already caused atmospheric temperatures to go up by well over 1 degree centigrade. And so that is the intensity, the enhanced intensity of the cyclone is attributable to human-induced climate change. Well, that in itself is a natural event. At the same time, we were at that time also undergoing lockdown conditions in fear of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that caused an immense problem, particularly for people maintaining social distancing when they were going to cyclone shelters, which are quite packed and it's impossible to maintain social distancing. So the point I'm making is that emergencies merge into one another. We had a pandemic that was taking place at the same time as climate change. Climate change did not take time off for the COVID pandemic to get out of the way. We had them both and deal with them both. And we're also going to deal with a biodiversity ecosystem collapse or emergency as well. So dealing with multiple emergencies at the same time is in a way going to be the new normal going forward. And the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has, I think, taught us an extremely important lesson in that regard. So what I want to share with you is the work that we have been doing over the years on adaptation, where our focus is particularly working with the most vulnerable communities in the most vulnerable countries and empowering them with knowledge, experience, sharing that knowledge and experience, and enabling them to be better able to cope and become more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And the reason I explained the cyclone preparedness program in Bangladesh is that's a good example of what people are able to do to protect themselves if they are given sufficient knowledge, experience, and wherewithal to take actions. Now, it didn't cause the cyclone to disappear. The cyclone still caused a lot of damage, but human lives were saved, and that's a major achievement in and of itself. And so a lot of our work focuses on how do we make it normative to invest in enabling and empowering the most vulnerable communities, households, but both urban and rural, and in this case, in the COVID pandemic situation, urban informal settlements and slums have been particularly hard hit, not just by the public health crisis of the virus, but also by the lockdown measures where people who earn a daily living and were not able to do that because of the lockdown measures, and they had very, very hard circumstances. Many of them had to migrate out of the cities and go back home because they lost their employment opportunities. Places like Dhaka City, Delhi, Mumbai, etc., we saw significant out-migration of the migrants who had come here to work and have now gone back, and we don't know whether they'll return or not. So climate-induced migration, COVID-induced migration are now something that is a reality that we need to be dealing with. And the final comment or issue that I will pick up on and share with you is that in our view, the supporting the most vulnerable is in fact one of the best investments that can be made, either in terms of funding, it doesn't take a huge amount of money, or in terms of research and academic knowledge generation and support, and social support as well. Because empowering people to take actions themselves, understanding problems and knowing what to do, in our view, is more than half the battle. And doing the top-down efforts at improving satellite images and hard data and big data and collection, those are all well and good. They are required, and I have nothing against them. But when it comes to enhancing the ability of the most vulnerable communities in the most vulnerable countries, who, in my view, should be the prioritized groups that we want to support to be able to adapt to the impacts of climate change, because, quite frankly, they are the ones who've caused the least input to causing the problem, but they are the ones who are suffering the impacts of the problem, and therefore normatively should be the ones that we prioritize. Then supporting them to be the major actors of their own and not treating them as targets or even beneficiaries of top-down investments. That is a typical way the global investment community funds on climate change and even national funds tend to be used. They are used in order to help the poor people, but they really don't involve poor and vulnerable people in either the design or the implementation or indeed the monitoring and accountability of that. So that's something that we work on a lot. We call it locally led adaptation, where the key is led, whether it's led by the local communities or not is a key distinction. In most cases, but we hope that we can persuade. Coming out of the COVID crisis, we are seeing a lot of examples where local groups have actually taken actions that have enabled the authorities to get things done, whereas where they had to resort to police and authoritative measures, it's been very, very difficult to do that. So people knowing what to do and volunteering to take action is by far the best solution, and we are seeing that play out in the COVID situation, even in rich countries, where the citizens are empowered, enabled, knowledgeable, and willing to take actions that they, in the best interest of everybody. Those countries are managing to treat the crisis or get over the crisis, whereas countries that are refusing to do that are having a harder time. And that will be even more true for climate change. So let me end by saying that we run a network of universities in the least developed countries. It's called the LDC Universities Consortium on Climate Change. There are about 15 universities in the group right now, but there are 48 LDCs. We hope to reach all 48 LDCs over the next couple of years, and to build endogenous capacity in the countries within the universities and use that as a capacity building mechanism for our students who will become the leaders of our country future. And so build climate change awareness, climate change action, climate change adaptation, and building resilience as the way forward for these most vulnerable countries today, but to become the most resilient countries tomorrow or in the next 10 years. I'll stop and be happy to take questions if we have time.
Thank you very much, Professor, and we will have questions at the end of this session, most definitely. I really completely agree with you about local action, and I must say that I've always learned a lot from Bangladesh, and I'm very impressed by some of the research that is coming out of that country, useful generally as well as locally and specifically. Now, I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Dina Dayala of the Department of Civil, Environmental and Geomatic Engineering. Professor Dayala is Professor of Structural Engineering here at UCL and co-director of the Earthquake and People Interaction Center, among her various other posts that she has to deal with, and therefore a very eminent civil engineer. So Dina, over to you. Thank you.
Flooding in Southeast Asia, impact adaptation and mitigation, and very much going back a little bit to what Micheal Grubb was saying about the Paris Agreement and what are the consequences or what are the intended hopeful consequences of that agreement. So I just to give you a little bit of context, these are pictures that refers to event in the last week, 10 days. And again, I don't have a picture from Bangladesh here, but some of the events in India are in fact shared with Bangladesh as well. And you can see that these are the results of rainfalls that in 24 hours has totaled more than 400 millimeters, for instance. These are already extreme events. They are occurring all the time, and they are occurring in very close range, both geographically and temporally. And we can see also that people immediately find ways of adapt when they need. And for instance, with reference to the Assam floods in the lower left, you can see here nurses going about their business of testing the population for COVID contagion. Sorry, yeah. Oops, just been sorry, there was a delay in the way that, yeah, it loads up. So in this, similarly, in the last couple of weeks, the latest IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change reports has come out. What I'm showing you here is actually the report from last year's, because the one on the Working Group 2 Impact, Adaptation and Vulnerability has not been released yet. But we can clearly see that extreme precipitation and cyclonic activity and water rise are the major drivers of risks. And also that are among the adaptations and issues and prospects, both structural and non-structural measures are identified, together with reducing vulnerability to the infrastructures and to our urban areas, but also diversifying the economies and very importantly, developing robust and reliable monitoring and early warning system. What is a little bit concerning with respect to these slides is the fact that if we look at the right-hand side of it, even if all these adaptation measures are taken on, why they can have in the present and near terms some good impact on the risk foreseen, this is less effective in the long term. So the adaptation measures are not necessarily sufficient to resolve the problems without some other drastic measures. Also, very importantly here, we can see that there is an increased risk to flood-related deaths, to injuries, and to infectious diseases. So just told us, Salem just informed us of how well the early warning system works in Bangladesh, and now this has actually has the potential of saving numerous lives. But again, one of the issues with the impacts of climate change is that while we are now have a good idea of what are what is the knowledge about the observed and projected impacts from the point of view of settlement, industry, and infrastructure, for the time being, we know very little about what are the real impacts on health, security, livelihoods, and poverty, and how this will project in the next 50 years. But these are very, large overview approaches and let's say pictures. I'm going to drill down into one of our case studies on a project which we have worked with colleagues from Malaysia for the past 4 years. And Malaysia is not in the LDC countries. It's certainly a medium-high developed country. The level of urbanization has gone up in the past 30 years to 2010 by duplicated up to 71%, and it continues growing. But what does that mean? And this goes back again to what Micheal Grubb was talking about. So here we are just looking at the local climate, not the global climate. But increased urbanization means differentiation of land use and greater surface coverage. The greater surface coverage means that the heat island effect, of which possibly Yasmin will talk more in the following presentation, give rise to warmer air, increased evaporation, more moisture, heavier precipitation, and heavier and greater recurrence of precipitation. On the other hand, we have a more impervious surface on the ground, and hence less infiltration and absorption of rainfall, resulting in a larger number of flood events and possibly more also critical. So much so that it's now flooding is seen in Malaysia as the highest risk after tsunami. And just to give a sense of this, there are floods ongoing now in the Salim region, in the Sabah region, sorry. But in the last 15 years to 2015, there has been an average of 143 floods at national level, with 95% of these being flash floods, i.e. floods in urban area, and in the year 2015 only, 323 floods. What the government has been doing about this? Well, quite a lot, in the sense that, especially from the beginning of this century, of this millennium, has increasingly invested into defense. The plan was to make Malaysia resilient to flood by the year 2020. There has been a very substantial increase in investment in the first decade of this century. This has now gone down, but such investment has not been sufficient to reduce, for instance, damage and losses due to flood in the 2014. Why is that the reason? Because most of this investment has gone into large-scale defense and structural measures. One for all is the storm monitoring and road tunnel built underneath Kuala Lumpur, which is has been a huge investment, a huge work of engineering, civil engineering, unique in the world. However, it only functions in that particular context and not elsewhere. In general, that type of structural measure require large investment and long construction periods, while the so-called non-structural measure are minor interventions, might have local efficacy. However, they require both local knowledge and engagement with the community. In order to show what is the relevance of this approach, I'm going to show you a very small case studies that we have run in an historic neighborhood of Kuala Lumpur called Kampung Baru, where we have looked at the hazards with 100-year return periods, so not extreme events, just normal probabilities, considering climate change, with 3 scenarios, but I will only discuss 2 of them. So one of a normal riverine flooding by the Klang River and Sungai Bunos River that crosses our district, and the floods with and without and with considering the effect of the tunnel. In order to determine the risk, we have to determine the vulnerability. We have used a particular damage ratio in order to determine the relationship with water depth and damage, and hence arrive at some economic losses. The buildings, we have sampled a number of buildings within these neighborhoods, and as you can see, we have used indicators that relate both to the fabric and to the construction of the building and its particular fragility and vulnerability to flooding, but also make reference to the local surface condition and to the local drainage system and the position of the building with respect to the major area of correlation of the floods, for instance, the roads, which are usually not taken into consideration when these studies are carried out at larger scales. So bringing all this together, I will not go in great details in these slides, but this gives you the methods that we have gone through. We can arrive at determining the flood risk for individual buildings in relation to the specific flood depth that we can observe at each building. This means clearly having a very good resolution of the flood modeling and hazards. So looking a little bit more in details at the results, here is our vulnerability model on the low left-hand side of the screen, where you can see that the building have very different vulnerability levels, and it's quite random, and this depends very much and reflects the fact that this area, it's very historic, but has been developed and redeveloped with relatively little control, leading to, for instance, very different type of surface, very different level of drainage, very different type of fabrics and materials and constructions. If we look on the right-hand side of the screen, we have here the two different flood scenarios. In A is with the flood without the smart system, and B is with the smart in operation, i.e. water is driven out of the basins through the tunnel. But our results show that, in fact, while from an hazard point of view, we can see that there is a substantial reduction, this reduction is not so significant for the smaller cores, the Sangon-Barrow, and hence the buildings are, the improvement for the individual buildings is to a certain extent limited. We can see here that, yes, there is a substantial reduction in impact because the water levels are overall reduced, but indeed the number of total buildings that are impacted is not so much reduced, and also the number of families that will be put at risk are not so much reduced. What does that mean if we go back now to the more general aspects of the problem, and we move again to a larger scale? It means that we can do this type of studies with very little data and at metropolitan level to identify real vulnerabilities and to identify area where whether investment at municipal level should be taken on in order to bring a certain level of even out the vulnerability, the fragility through possible adaptation measure, but also very importantly, identify how future planning and urban planning and development should be tackled in order to minimize adverse effect. This very much concludes my presentation, and I would like to go at an even larger, go back to the global perspective here, and look at how studies, works, and guidelines on improving resilience, minimizing risk, and identifying fragilities are developed at global level and then proposed for implementation at urban levels. And I would like to draw your attention on the word gap here at the center of these three circles, because there is at the moment, there is very little guidelines or information or guidance on applying the three concepts together, studying the three elements together, so as to really improve conditions at the lower scale. And in reference to that, I will just I put down 3 bullet points possibly for future discussion. So there are issues of scale in this problem, going from the global concept of resilience to local priorities for resilience at the local scale. There is an issue of sphere of interest. There is a lot of information and guidance on physical and infrastructure resilience, much less information and intervention at the social and individual resilience level. And there is a spatial time issue, where and when the investment is made and where and when the benefit is achieved. I hope that I kept to my time, and thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks for demonstrating to us that innovation in research can lead to innovation in disaster risk reduction through directing investment to where it can be most useful. And that is a lesson we all ought to take away and remember. I would now like to hand the floor to Dr. Yasmin Akhtas, who is lecturer in applied materials and structures in the same department as Professor Dayala, the civil, environmental and geomatic engineering, and is an expert in climate-induced hazards in the built environment. And I believe that she has produced a video to ensure that things go smoothly, but should be with us for the brief panel discussion that we'll be able to have afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasemin Didem-Aktaş from UCL CEG, and I would like to speak to you today about one of our recent major research projects titled Disaster Resilient Cities, Forecasting Local Level Climate Extremes and Physical Hazards for Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur is a perfect case study to study climate-induced hazards in urban areas, especially in a megacity context, for a number of reasons. Firstly, as you can see in the first graph, the number of disasters, including flooding and landslides, is rather high per year, and even for Kuala Lumpur alone. Secondly, obviously, Malaysia is taking its share from the major haze incidents, which is affecting a good part of Southeastern Asian countries, especially between July and October. And the hurricanes, quite a high number of, an increasing number of 4 and 5 category hurricanes are effective in Malaysia. And of course, being a tropical city, very, very high temperatures that cause a high number of casualties every year. Within this framework, our project has been set up under the Newton Unco scheme with 16 different organizations, both from Malaysia and the UK, in the form of 3 major work streams. First, focused on the meteorological forecasting under the lead of Met Malaysia. The aim was to improve the meteorological forecasting capability, to improve data quality, and to essentially provide a basis for the hazards modeling stage. In the hazards modeling stage, we focused on quite a high number of hazards, both geophysical and atmospheric. The UCL team, composed of CEG and the UCL Mullard Space Science Laboratory, worked on floods modeling in collaboration with JBA, and we also worked on urban heat island modeling. And the third work stream was to develop a multi-hazard platform to communicate and manage risks in Kuala Lumpur to the governmental departments and to the population. To this end, we used both static and dynamic and semi-dynamic data from the hazards models that have been developed in the previous work stream, but also the first stream coming from the forecasting stage, as well as dynamical modeling activities. And this is really a physical console that is sitting at the moment in the KL City Hall, and it's up and running. This, of course, has quite a wide range of applications. First of all, of course, you can plan for change based on various scenarios for changes in the urban landscape and land use, which you can pre-test, if you like, before implementation. And of course, this multi-hazard platform is also used to determine and monitor sensitive areas to issue early warnings whenever needs be with regards to high temperature values, a landslide incident, flooding, etc. Of course, we also ran into quite serious issues, if you like. One of these, of course, was to adopt the mesoscale forecast models for tropical weather processes in urban environments, where the atmospheric physics side of things is completely different. And of course, most of the commercially available or models, or those that are widely used in the academia, are mostly developed and validated for the mid-latitude, so that was a challenge. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the urban heat island work that we did. As you can see, what we do is to define the land use of our modeled urban domain as accurately as practically possible, to then assign to each land use category an albedo, a thermal admittance, and a surface resistance to evaporation, to then calculate the temperature perturbations under the given upwind meteorological conditions. We have used the CERC's, the Cambridge Environmental Research Consultants ADMS model for this purpose. And you are seeing here our results from the city scale modeling, which correlates pretty well to the land use map as expected. You can also use this model to create high resolution neighborhood scale modeling to expand a little bit more on the urban forms, the impact of building materials, and street canyons, etc. But I would like to talk a little bit more about another parameter now that is systematically overlooked, which is humidity. Despite the fact that urban heat island related studies are mostly contextualized around human health and associated risks to health and well-being, and despite the fact that there's a tremendous amount of evidence from epidemiological studies that the casualties or health problems are better correlating to a combined impact of temperature and humidity rather than the temperatures alone, it still hasn't translated well into the urban heat islands discourse. And we know that heat and humidity are a killer combination, and we really wanted to test how this manifested in KL. So for this purpose, we have carried out a rigorous monitoring scheme in 11 different locations in Kuala Lumpur, representative of 6 different land use categories, land use areas. And as you can see, here you are seeing temperature and relative humidity fluctuations, the daily mean temperature and relative humidity profiles for different monitoring locations. And the results weren't surprising at all. As you can see, the air temperatures are lower in green areas. The humidities are higher. The temperatures, especially in the daytime, are much lower in the high-rise, high-density locations, and so on and so forth. However, we looked into the different indices that actually use a combined impact of temperature and humidity to represent the thermal comfort or felt like temperature or heat stress, whatever you want to call it. We saw that the felt like temperatures were almost always higher than air temperatures, and this difference was highest in green areas, especially in those with highest surface roughness, i.e. very thickly wooded areas, with up to 8 degrees. So we have looked into heat index, which is a simple index, and the equivalent temperature, a little bit more complicated index to look into the combined impact of temperature and humidity. And equivalent temperature is also indicative of building energy use potential. Again, this was up to 10% higher in green areas. So what this shows is that, first of all, thermal comfort is a trade-off between shading and surface roughness, temperature and humidity. And for instance, the lower temperature values in green areas are compromised by the high relative humidity values in such a way that, in fact, they do not perform better than built-up areas, especially during the day. Of course, this doesn't mean that we don't want parks. It doesn't mean that they are bad for us. It just integrating humidity into this discourse can inform the type and intensity of vegetation we need in our urban areas in conjunction with the prevalent wind patterns. It can inform how we should maintain our urban parks. For instance, it's true that in tropical contexts, the humidity is a more major player, but also in mid-latitude cities during a heat wave, you know, when, for instance, you should be watering your urban parks is a question mark, and you know, these questions can all be answered in conjunction with a better understanding of how temperature and humidity acts together. We definitely should understand anthropogenic moisture a little bit better. This includes industrial sources, traffic, even the food stalls or other activities. And we definitely need more on-site data to feed into empirical, semi-empirical models to then develop better spatiotemporal modeling tools. In fact, we are currently working on developing such a tool for Kuala Lumpur with a EPSRC Impact Acceleration Awards project. And this definitely can be tailored then for mid-latitudes. But the bottom line is that urban climate models and a scholarly discourse relying only on air temperatures will critically underestimate the health, well-being, and energy use implications under current and future climates. Thank you very much. If you have a question, please drop me a line. And I also want to thank to all the contributors of the project. Thank you. Good afternoon.
My screen very briefly, but it's currently not there. If he does appear, then I trust that he'll be able to participate. I know that he's in an area where Wi-Fi connection is very difficult at present. But anyway, to all of the panelists, we've got 3 questions, so please listen. First is, what impact has lockdown had on climate change? Are there any positives? That's the first question. What impact has lockdown had on climate change, and are there any positives? The second question is, how do we stop any progress that has been made during lockdown being reversed as we start to go back to normal? How can governments keep the momentum going? So once again, how do we stop any progress made during lockdown being reversed as we start to come out of that? How can governments keep the momentum going? And the third question is, how can we make green energy more affordable for the average person and those on lower incomes? So would anyone like to start the ball rolling by replying? Dina?
Well, yes, I think the first question, have there been positives? Well, for the one of us that lives in highly polluted cities where the lockdown has been very drastic, such as in London, we have certainly seen much bluer skies and we have breathed better air. So certainly there has been immediate beneficial consequence of halting the traffic. Whether this is something that is that can be kept and how the government can do it. Unfortunately, I'm not that optimistic in that respect, because it seems that, and this is not just the UK government, and it's just not at national and local level, but it seems that you know, the answer to distancing is to use private cars. We haven't managed to come up with anything better than that. We are talking about more cycle journeys and more walk journey, but the means of the way in which currently our economies work possibly doesn't allow that very well. We should all, as far as we can, stay at home and continue using internet instead of driving or going into work by other means. That possibly solutions, but then these has other drawbacks for the economy. And as to how the third questions, which I think was about how do we ensure that clean energy can be delivered to the less affluent. In developing countries, I think Salim has already pointed out, and also the talk by Micheal Grubb also pointed out that there are directions in which this can become very effectively, very quickly, in terms of using solar energy and wind energy. There are two considerations there to make. One is how do we make that happen in first country where, as in England, people on low income are still on meters and they pay 3 times the value of the electricity that it would be normally, for any of us that has a poor account. So that's one thing to consider, which has to do with politics rather than with infrastructures and the way in which energy is distributed. The other things that I would like maybe to look into, if the panel has some answer, because I don't have personally, is how is this going to pan out? Because, we keep saying that solar energy and wind energy is clean, it's fine, as long as we bring down the cost, it's going to be the solution to all our problems. I'm sure that a similar literature was developed at the time which coal was developed and oil was then heralded, or gas were heralded as solution to coal. To then find out that actually, there isn't really a win-win situation. And we should be thinking already of, for instance, what is going to happen of all the solar panels that are distributed all over the world and that will become redundant in the next 10 years or 15 years. We will need a new generation. Where are these going to be dumped? Or what is, they work with a certain technology using some type of minerals and chemicals, what is the associated pollutions of that, or the lithium battery, to say one or so. So I think we need to try to learn from the past and really use the long view here to understand what are the total cost implications, not just the short-term costs to it. And I will shut up there.
Thank you. Any more contributions?
I just wanted to say about the first question, how the lockdown changed the situation. Of course, as Dina rightfully raises, we all felt how the environment really responded so quickly in such a positive way, and it was really brilliant to see that the air cleared and and everything. But I also want to highlight that there is a lot of opportunities from a scientific perspective, because of course all the data collection facilities we have were up and running during this period. And it's a great opportunity for all of us to look into this data very carefully, because this is going to give us the opportunity to better understand how the impact validates and fine-tune our modeling methods to then be able to create better models of the future scenarios with more rigor and more confidence. With regards to your second question, again, I just wanted to say that it's such a big question, of course, how we can keep the momentum going. I believe definitely quite a high number of presumptions that we have about our current lifestyle are to be revisited in light of what happened. Work practices definitely is one of them, etc. But I think the pandemic also shows clearly that a major scale change in the whole economic and social structure that is currently prevalent in the world must also change in a very overarching and dramatic way. And how this is going to happen is, of course, a big question mark. And despite the fact that there is such a high number of people who, from an intellectual and ideological point of view, mentally embrace the idea that we need to change, it still is going to be a very slow and hard-going process, in my opinion.
Professor Hook, which is, what is the future of climate migrants worldwide? Is there any hope for them?
That's a huge question. I'm not quite sure I have the answer for it, but I can share something that we are trying to put in place in Bangladesh, where we are seeing people having to be forced to move, particularly from the low-lying coastal area where salinity is intruding into both the drinking water as well as agriculture, and people are not able to continue their livelihoods as farmers or fishers anymore and are forced to be displaced. Under normal circumstances, these migrants, or rural to urban migrants, tend to end up in Dhaka City. Dhaka City is the world's fastest growing megacity, and the projected numbers of climate migrants over the next decade or two is in the order of 10+ million people who may be forced to migrate from rural to urban, particularly from low-lying cohorts. And so what we have done, and by saying we, it's a collection of academics, researchers, mayors of towns, NGOs, and the government. It's not really a government plan yet, but we have local government involved in it, is we've identified about 20 towns with a population of between 500,000 to 1 million, where we are investing, helping the mayors and the municipal authorities to invest in making them into what we call climate resilient, migrant friendly towns, where we can enable these potential future climate migrants to go to get employment, get housing, get education, get facilities that enable them to continue to lead a reasonably good life in these towns and not end up in the slums of Dhaka City. It's at a very early stage. We are starting to do this in 2 or 3 towns at the moment, but the results are actually quite promising. These towns are looking at potential ability to bring in migrants, not see migrants as a bad thing, but as a good thing, and to enable these migrants to settle, get jobs, and settle into these towns so that the pressure on Dhaka City is erased. And the final point of this is the time dimension. This is not happening immediately, it's happening over a long period of time, which means that we are focusing on young people in the vulnerable communities in the coastal area, young girls and young boys, and enabling them to go to these towns to study, to go to college and higher education, and thereby spending time there and becoming citizens, if you like, of those towns, and then getting jobs after they graduate, take their parents and their families with them. And this is a sort of enabled migration rather than a forced migration, and using young people as the means of enabling their families to go. So just one idea that we are trying to put in place in Bangladesh that we hope might have some promise.
It sounds like a very intelligent strategy. Now, we're actually about 15 minutes over time, so I'd like to ask you all if you've got any final comments you'd like to round off with, because I think we have to stop fairly quickly. If anyone has anything that they're bursting to say, then now's your opportunity.
The only thing that I would like to say is really thank you for having organized this very interesting meeting and for the opportunity that this gives to all of us and to the audience as well. Thank you, David, and thank you to IRDR.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It is marvelous to see we've got our gender balance right and everything else like that. And above all, most importantly, that we managed to break down barriers despite the technological risks involved with that, so that in fact we could have a rattling good discussion and listen to some really interesting ideas across huge distances and really feel part of a global community of people who are trying to do something valuable against these very difficult problems. All sorts of things went through my mind during this session, which is indicative of how productive it was. One point that came to mind was that in the final negotiations and the signing of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, I calculated that that process actually put about 15,000 tons of carbon into the atmosphere, with all of the flights and the meetings and so on. I wonder if we're moving out of the age of international meetings where we all jet across the globe to different places. On the other hand, it really is refreshing and wonderful to meet people face to face rather than always to be looking at a screen. Time is very short and we are coming up to 10 minutes over our scheduled time, so we should let our people go. I would like to say thank you to all participants in this interesting day. We hope to welcome you to next year's summit, and we hope that at least some of you will be able to join that in person, and others perhaps will be able to join it in the same way as at present, possibly with a slightly smoother delivery in terms of the technology of it, but it's done us well enough, and so I'm relieved and grateful that that has been the case. I would like to say a very special thank you to the IRDR Communications Supremo, Sarah Giel, who's done a huge amount of work in organizing today, and to Phil Mason of UCL Digital Media, who likewise has kept things going through thick and thin. But at this point, I'm happy to sign off and give you my final thanks and my appreciation of your excellent work on behalf of this Humanitarian Summit 2020. Thanks so much for joining in to all concerned, and bye for now.
Bye-bye.